Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm a little bit late because of various reasons. My camera settings were off. I think they're okay. But welcome in. Today, we are going to be working on our Next.js travel log, which we started, I think, last week or the week before that. But essentially, we are rebuilding. This does not evoke any sort of confidence in me. When you immediately say I sound like I just woke up. I've been up since 5 a.m. Actually, I guess I technically took a 30-minute nap, so maybe that's why it sounds like that. But we started working on this either last week or the week before, and this is a recreation of the travel log that I built over 2 years ago with an Express API and a React frontend. But we're rebuilding it, and I'm building it. I'm creating it with Next.js version 13 beta, and we've been learning all about it. We've been learning about server components and client components and different stuff like that. And this is it. So basically, it's a website that will list all of the places that you've traveled. I have like the Statue of Liberty, and Disney World, and the Denver Botanic Gardens, and Big Bend National Park, and Microsoft Build 2014, and Disneyland in Paris. So basically, you add them, they show up on the map. Let's add another one. What should we add? Yeah, I guess now's as good a time as ever. I have news. And William, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. I appreciate that. The drop game and commands don't work on YouTube just yet. We'll have to add that soon. JS Nation is happening in June of this year, June 1st. And then React Summit is on June 2nd. And I'm gonna be there. I will be there. I'm going to be an MC at this. So it's going to be fun. So I think what I'm going to do, and we talked about this on the travelogue in terms of new features, but what I kind of want to do is put somewhere that I'm going to be instead of somewhere that I've been. Yeah. So it's happening in Amsterdam. So I know quite a few of you live in Europe or live maybe a train ride away from Amsterdam. So we're a few months out, but I think I'll try to arrange some kind of Coding Garden meetup. It would be fun to meet some of you in person and like grab a tea or a coffee or something like that. So $50 plane ride. From the UK? Yeah. Are you going for a React Summit? Yeah, so React Summit is the other one. I'll be at that too, but I won't be emceeing. And Jim, thank you for the 29 months. That's a long time. Appreciate it. But this one's June 2nd. It's hosted by the same people. And this is just the next day, I believe, hosted at the same venue and everything. But I'll be there too. Where is it? Let's look it up on a map. Give me a second. Let me get the coordinates for it. Hey. Well, glad to hear it, Q21. And I think that's the thing. Like, even if you can't make it to the conference, I'd love to do just like a hangout like the day before. Okay, I don't know how to find where it is. What's the location of it? Isn't it held at like a church or something like that? Oh well, I'm just gonna drop a dot. Yeah, they're pretty expensive, but a lot of people will have their company pay for it. So yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, so all of that to say, I'm gonna add a new travelogue. So whenever you click this button, it will put a marker, this yellow marker, anywhere on the map, and then you can move it around. And you can see right here on latitude, longitude that adjusts as you move it around. So we're just gonna drop it on Amsterdam, roughly there. And we're going to call it JS Nation 2023. I will be emceeing and hope to see you there. I'll link the tickets in just a second. Yeah. And let's grab an image for this. How to make FreshBots in 4 days. I mean, not exactly. FreshBots has a lot more features, and it has a login. So that's a thing. I'm gonna use this image. Yeah, Coding Garden's on there and the media partners too. So I have some things coming on the channel that are gonna be related to that. I'm not gonna spoil them just yet. But Yep. Okay, so this is June 1st, 2023. Then when I click create, that sends a post request to my backend. It gets created, the sidebar closes, and now I have a new dot on the map, JS Nation 2023. So this is the app. No, that's the right logo. I literally sent them my logo. So. July 1st? June 1st. June 1st. Did I accidentally put July on the map? I accidentally put, wait. Why does that say June 30th? It's July 1st. No, but I sent them this logo. This is the right Coding Garden logo with the black background. I added my name on there just because some people might not know what my logo looks like. But yeah, this is JS Nation. Yeah, thank you for the link, Majestic Eye. That's JS Nation, and then here's React Summit. Yeah. So here's the thing. It has been a while since we've done in-person conferences. But in-person conferences cost money to put on. I don't have a trademark. No, I don't. But you could argue that I've been using it long enough that it's mine retroactively. I don't know. But conferences are expensive. It takes a lot to put them on, to rent venues, to do the organization, all of that good stuff. So you may not be used to those prices, but honestly, compared to some of the conferences I've been to in the past, it's pretty decent. Let's look at tickets. Yeah, so if you want to go to both events, 730 euros. Just one event is going to be 420. I think you can still do the early bird tickets for 220. But these are decent prices. I've been to conferences where the tickets are like $1,500, and that was like 6-7 years ago. So these are decent prices for sure. I realize not everyone can afford that, but a lot of people will get their employer to pay for the tickets to go. So yeah. So I hope to see you there. We'll chat in the Discord if to do like a meetup or something like that. I'm pretty sure they have some kind of swag. I don't know. But let's talk about what we're going to do today. So this is the app that we have built. But as you can see, there is no login. And when you go to the website, it just immediately loads the map. It centers around all the points that you've added. But what we want to do is we want to make it so that you can only create a new travel log if you have the secret password, or in this case, like an API key. Because I'm not going to add a full authentication system. I mean, I could, but first, to just get it working and to get it deployed, I am going to lock this down with a single API key. So essentially, whenever you go to create a new travel log, you'll need to enter the API key, and that's going to be sent along with the request. So that's going to be the first thing that we implement. And then after that, we're going to deploy to Vercel and MongoDB Atlas. I didn't spell that right. Yeah, super secure password like 102. But MongoDB Atlas is like the de facto cloud host for MongoDB. So we're gonna use that, and then we'll use Vercel to deploy the next app, which is gonna be like one command. But before we deploy, we need to lock it down. So let's get to writing some code. There's some other to-dos. There's some other to-dos in here, but I want to get it deployed, and then we'll talk about like what are the to-dos that we need to get before then. So I am going to right now lock down the API key, lock down with an API key, and then we'll do the deploy, and then we'll potentially talk about some other features that we can work on. But I do have a hard limit on today's stream, so I'm only going to be live for about 3 hours. Hopefully we get quite a bit done in the next 3 hours. So yeah. No, exactly, Stas. Yeah, so I think that's the other thing is if you have a talk that you want to give, the call for papers is still open. So if you look at JS Nation, I do believe, yeah, so you can submit your talks right now. If you have a talk that you want to give, and then you could potentially get a free ticket to go. I think same thing for React Summit. The call for papers, I think, is still open. Maybe not for React Summit, but for JS Nation it is. Oh, it is. No, so the proposal for React Summit is open as well. So you can, if you have a talk, you could potentially get a free ticket if you get selected. So yeah. Yeah, what's up, Ronald? You can do Node and React on Windows or Linux. Windows has WSL, and James, thank you for the resub, which is Windows subsystem for Linux. You can make it work. Sometimes there's like a couple of caveats when you're working on Windows, things you have to do slightly differently than Linux, but whatever works, whatever works. Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll merge your PRs. We'll do that first. Yeah. Yeah, and no need to repeat your messages. I'll do my best to catch them if they come through. So if we don't encounter any ESLint issues, yeah. I have LinkedIn, but I don't use it. How can you swap your Twitch language? I have no idea. Maybe go to your settings page. What's up, Just Renzi? Welcome in. But good call, America 2050. America 2050 has 2 pull requests. Let's merge them. So this first one just has some steps that we need to complete. In the README. In Mark Boots, thank you for the resub. So in the README, they talk about setting up an env sample and then getting a map tile URL. All of this is good stuff. I'm just going to merge it right in. Thank you, America 2050, for this. Hey, what's up, Juicebox? Thank you. Yeah, Juicebox has the tip. Click for changing your language. Click your profile pic and then click language. Thank you, Juicebox, and welcome in. And shouts out, everyone! Click that link. Drop a follow on Juicebox. I haven't lurked your stream in a long time, but hopefully you're doing all right. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so I'll run down. I'll give you a rundown of the tech. But if you look on the, let me merge this in and I'll show you. If you look in the repo on the README, I have a list of all of the things that I am using. So I have what I'm using for backend, front end, and all the various developer tooling. So we're using a map library called Leaflet, Leaflet.js, and then we are using React Leaflet on top of that. So that gives us nice map container and tile layer components, but it's built on top of Leaflet. And then for the map tiles, we created a custom map in Mapbox Studio. So you don't have to do this. And technically, we only get a certain number of map tile loads. It's plenty for the app that I'm going to be building, but that's how we got this nice dark map. And if you zoom in, any of the street labels show up as this nice coding garden green. So Mapbox Studio lets you pull in a map, change the fonts, change the colors, and then you can get a tile URL that you can use with Leaflet. So that's what we're doing there. All right. America 2050 has another PR. Shreka. I think Timon speaks English too, but I think Timon speaks German and English, but prefers the English interface. I don't know. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ja, ja. What's up, Excavator? I'm doing good. All right, and then America 2050 added favicons. Beautiful. Yeah. So you can see right now my favicon or favicon is the Vercel logo because that's the default one that you get when you create a Next.js app. So when I merge this in, this is going to, well, let's look at the code because how is that working? Is it just default? Why is it default? Maybe that's built into Next.js because, yeah, see, there is a favicon in the public folder. Why doesn't this PR show as a replacement? It just shows a new file? Extensions? I just would expect to see like old file deleted, new file created. Oh, you didn't touch that one. Well, we want one. we should have one because the browser auto detects that ICO file. We also could look at the home page, like the layout file Because a lot of times you can set the favicon from there. Or yeah, it's set in the head. Yeah, and right now it points there. Technically, we can point it at the PNG or the SVG, but it's fine. I'll merge it in, and then I can just generate the favicon. So thank you, America 2050. And for those of you that are new to this kind of thing, this is open source in action. America 2050 saw a couple of things that they decided that they could fix in my repo. They changed it, opened a pull request, and now those changes are part of my repo, and he's listed as one of the contributors. So that's pretty cool. And now if I do git pull origin main, that'll pull in all of the changes that they made. So I have those changes locally now too. Yeah. Yeah, so if there's a link to the playlist. I do not use GitHub Copilot, no. So if you look at today's stuff, there is a playlist on YouTube that has all of the past episodes. So you technically could follow this, technically. And Shirkum, thank you for the resub. How many months is it? 13 months, that's awesome. You technically could follow it, but it's a lot. My plan is when I'm done building this thing, I'm going to create a proper tutorial that you can actually follow along to, because that's the other aspect of me building this thing live is I'm learning a lot and figuring a lot of things out as I go, and that can be a little bit hard to follow if you're a beginner and just trying to like follow my code exactly. So if you wait probably 2 weeks, in 2 weeks I'm going to publish a tutorial on how to build this thing from scratch without me talking to the chat, without me making mistakes. It'll be edited. So you could wait for that. Yeah. All right. What are we going to do? Let's make a favicon. I don't know. Honestly, I think I have image magic. Image magic favicon. I think I can probably generate it locally, like in my command line. Oh. That seems complicated. Yeah. Is it bad to learn from other people's code on GitHub? No. And no need to use all caps. I'll still see your message. You can type in lowercase. That's fine. But yeah, I think GitHub is a great place to learn from. I think the one thing you want to avoid is copy pasting without trying to understand the code that you just copy pasted. Because if you do that, you're doing yourself a disservice. Am I forcing you to like React? No, I'm not. But React is very popular. What's up, Crypt? Welcome in. Yeah, there's also, I'll just look for a favicon generator because there's a website that does it. I mean, I probably could have searched a bit more on how to do it. Well, favicon.io. Hey, this is what we want. Let me just generate the favicon really quick. Welcome in, everything. What about GitHub Copilot? Does it make you a worse coder? I don't think so. I think for beginners, GitHub Copilot is tricky because you don't want to trust it blindly. Shark Turnup, thank you for that resub as well. I think it's the same. Honestly, it's like GitHub Copilot is a shortcut to bringing in code from GitHub open source. I mean, from repos on GitHub, not necessarily open source, but that's a different discussion. But GitHub Copilot, it has learned from all of the code on GitHub and is providing you suggestions. But just like I mentioned, you shouldn't just copy paste the code and just trust it. You should still try to understand the code that GitHub Copilot generates. Because sometimes it could be wrong. And sometimes you could potentially learn something from it. So, yeah. Okay. Why not use the SVG favicon? Well, I'll set it in the HTML. But web browsers will automatically web browsers will automatically look for a favicon.ico file on a server. So I want to make sure that I have that too. I want both. All right, here we go. I used this website. I uploaded the PNG. It gave me a zip file. Let's unzip it. Replace the existing favicon. Beautiful. And so now we also get all of these other things. I'm going to delete the zip folder that they gave me. I think there's some HTML I can add that references all of these icons, but now this favicon is the right one, which is good. And what I was talking about in the head is if I go to the head, right now it's just referencing favicon.ico. Technically, I could point that at the PNG one too. Let's look that up. Also, we're wasting time on the favicon, but that's okay. So now if I go here, it should be the latest one, and if I refresh this, now it shows that favicon in the bar, so that's cool. Welcome in, Aspich. Glad to see you. Yeah, glad to have you came in. Thanks for dropping in. Can I use the code to give the projects credit? So all of that comes down to the license that the source code is under. So this specific repo, and most of the code that I have on GitHub is under the MIT license. So if you click on license, you can see permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of this software and associated documented files to deal in the software without restriction, including without limitation, the rights to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, distribute, to sublicense, and or sell copies of the software. Basically what this means is you can do whatever you want with my code as long as you include this license along with your code. You could even take this code base and build a software as a service company from it, as long as you copy this license into your repo. But all of that has to do with open source. I have a few videos on YouTube about open source. So you want to learn a little bit more about that, because there are other types of licenses where you can potentially use them. So for one, I have this video on how to contribute to open source. So it talks about finding projects and setting up the what do you call it? Setting up the project locally and stuff like that. And then I have this, so you can probably watch this one first. It's a shorter video, but I talk about like what open source is, how you can choose a license, and also like what you can do with it. You can use MIT software on closed source projects. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, if you use the MIT license, you are saying that anyone can reuse your code for whatever they want. They just need to copy that license in. There are other licenses that say you can reuse this code, but you can't use it for commercialize. You can't commercialize it. You can't make money from it. Or there are other licenses that say you can use this code, but you have to use the exact same license as us, and the code must remain open source. What you are allowed to do with MIT is you can technically take this code base and close source it, like not release it to anybody, and just like use it internally. That is actually okay according to the license. You do still have to say that you used that like this project used the MIT license, but your project doesn't have to have the MIT license. But yeah, if that's what you were asking, you can use this code in a closed source project. Absolutely. Yeah. What's up, Eliphaz? I'm doing good. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that, Indrak. Let me try to say your name. Indrak Hatawada. Yeah, that's why a lot of people like to watch my longer streams, because they see me learning, they see my process. You can also learn a lot from that too. Yeah, I think I keep getting distracted, but I was talking about Copilot. Same thing with copy pasting code from GitHub. Like, don't just trust what Copilot generates for you. Learn from it, verify it. But other than that, it can make you potentially move a lot faster. Do companies really respect these kinds of licenses? If they don't, they can be sued. So they should. If it's a large enough company and like they have a legal team, or I mean, really any company, and if they don't adhere to certain open source licenses, then they could be sued. And if they don't have a legal team, then their company could go under. But yes, they should. And so I used to work in a large enterprise, and they were actually very, very particular about even the dependencies that we brought in. You know, I'm like, we're not even writing any code right now. But this is interesting stuff, and like I think everything I do on Coding Garden, I put the MIT license on it. And that means you can do whatever you want with it, and I do that for good reason. Like, there are other licenses that could, and I've talked about this, that could say like you can't make money from this, or if you use this code, your code, the changes you make have to be open source too. I kind of just want to put this out there so everyone can learn from it. But for example, if you look at some dependencies on npm, they typically will list the license, MIT. And if you see anything that's MIT, if you work in a large enterprise and you're building proprietary software, you can pretty much safely use dependencies that use the MIT license, because it doesn't have a more viral license. So the more viral license are known as the GPL, the GNU Public License. Is that right? The GNU General Public License. And this license says that if I put this license on my software and you use this software in your software has to be under the same license and you have to open source it. And that's bad for large companies that do proprietary things because you might have some sort of IP or intellectual property that you don't want to open source. And so if you use a dependency that has this license or other similar licenses, you could potentially be in legal trouble where you have to open source your proprietary product. So yes, companies do care about this. And when you work at a larger enterprise, like Codex was mentioning, you literally have the legal team that audits every single one of your dependencies to make sure that you're not going to get in trouble for using that kind of dependency. So that is definitely a thing. Yeah. Yeah, and then if you work at larger companies as well, there will also be like a security audit. So just because something's open source doesn't mean you can use it. The security team at that company will audit the source code and make sure that it's not doing anything fishy, and is doing exactly what it says it is. Yeah. Oh, so Timon is saying they've worked for license management for over 3 years. Read your licenses. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Everything Pro says my live streams are like podcast and coding. I guess so. I mean, some of the stuff I do, you have to be able to see what I'm doing. Or couldn't. Thank you very much for the 4 months. Wait, are we arguing in the chat? Calm down, everybody. Calm down. What did Oh, okay. So I think the potential security issue is there could be a type of unzipper that will, yeah. I mean, I didn't think about that, but it depends on your executable. It could be, it could actually run executable code when it's doing the unzipping. Though, where am I? Public folder. There are no executable files in here. They're all images. So I think we're safe there. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Phantom. So there are tools like Artifactory, and large enterprises will set up their own instance of npm where they can greenlight all of the packages that people are using a lot. So for example, like React.js has the MIT license, and if you work at a large enterprise and you want to use React in your next project, you don't want to have to go through all of the legal issues every single time. And look too, thank you for the resub. Time does fly. So they basically spin up their own version of npm where all of the packages that have already been cleared by legal can easily be installed, and things that aren't cleared, you can request a review. So that's definitely a thing as well. I haven't heard of the KLE license. Yeah. Where would you show the license? Actually, Discord has a great example of that. Let me show you. Welcome to Coding Garden, where we do things that don't correspond to the title of the stream. But check it out. Give me a second. Yes. So we are. Wait, let me make sure I'm not going to leak my DMs. In Discord, if you click this and you click on acknowledgements, that actually launches a web page. And then on this web page, Discord lists all of the open source license that they use in Discord, but Discord itself is not open source. Like you can't get the Electron source code for Discord without like disassembling the executable, or I mean, and that's not even the original source code. But Discord is closed source, but it uses a lot of open source libraries internally. So it satisfies the open source licensees to at least just link to it. So Discord just has a link to a web page, and then on that web page, they list all of the licensees. And then when you click view license, they have a copy of that license for every single one of your dependencies. So all of the Babel stuff have the same license. So those are all the Babel dependencies. And then this is the license for Babel. And then there's like another one. What else? Yeah, there's some stuff here that's under the Apache license, so that gets pasted in here. So essentially, it doesn't have to be embedded in your software, but you can link to a web page that acknowledges all of the things. So that's okay. And then also, like, if it's just like a GitHub repo, you could have a separate file here that has all of the licenses inside of it. Yeah. Yeah, Eliphaz, give me your advice about learning efficiently. I have a feeling I turn around sometimes, I think about a book. Do you really know what you do? I go back to the book. Yeah. So basically that comes down to, like, you're not just going to learn something from reading about it. It's going to help. I think reading and also like watching videos are a way to get initial information about something. But to really say that you've learned it, you need to be able to use it. And I guess that depends on what you're trying to learn, but specifically for code, like if you read, let's say, Eloquent JavaScript, and it's talking about how to use ES6 classes or something like that, just reading that article is not going to teach you everything you need to know, or just reading that chapter isn't going to teach you everything you need to know. You also have to use it. So after you read, you need to practice it. So open up your code editor, and try to do the things that you just read about. And that's going to reinforce and also going to potentially find some of the gaps in your learning, because you may read it or you may watch a video about it and you think, oh yeah, well that makes sense. I know it. But now when you try it, there's certain things that you didn't exactly pick up. So basically you have to do more than just one thing. And it applies to everything. Like, I think any number of times you get to practice a thing in a different environment. So whether it's listening to a podcast or watching a video or typing along to a tutorial or copying code from Stack Overflow or reading a book, all of those are different ways that we learn, but we need to reinforce it in other ways. So that's my advice there. Yeah. Yeah. What's up? Missy Lee Kale. Mealy Kale. I have a playlist over on YouTube, and it has the very first video talks about what do I think your very first programming language should be. And spoiler, I think it should be JavaScript and HTML and CSS. But I also talk about why, and then I also talk about scenarios where that shouldn't be your first programming language. And then in the second video in that playlist, I also give a bunch of free online resources. What's up, Urkuden? Thank you for that Prime. Did I miss that? And thank you, Harasuna. Thank you for the Prime as well. Appreciate you all. You all are very kind, very kind. Is it safe to assume a license stays the same when a library updates? No. I feel like my green screen is like it's doing a weird thing with my eye. But no, so Facebook changed the license of React at one point. I don't know if they did a major version bump at that point, but yeah, for a while, React was not under the MIT license. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Erzin. Erzin? A lot of hard names to pronounce today. Yeah. Oh, good call, Brillview. Yeah, so like I know I've used Sneak before to search for vulnerabilities, but I didn't know it had like a licensing thing as well. That's pretty cool. That's unfortunate, the Shibas. Yeah. No arguing? Okay, good. Python will run a zip file if there's a main in it. Whoa, that's not good. Yeah, so if you look at the last live stream I did on this, I set up the provider, but ultimately I did that because I needed to do a couple of things in several different places. So I need to be able to hide and show the sidebar from outside of the sidebar. So I put that in my my provider. I needed to be able to set the marker location, which is like this when I click on the map, or yeah, what? Yeah, like that. I need to be able to set this from multiple places, so I put that in the context. And then I needed to access the actual map object from multiple places, so I put that in the provider as well. So basically, I used provider so that I can access those things from multiple different places. So yeah. What's up, Pablo? Welcome in. Rabbit holes are on brand. Yeah, but then I get nothing done. An exe can be embedded inside an image or PNG. Yeah, I understand that, but then you would need a what's the word? A compromised imaged viewer, or an image viewer that has a vulnerability in it for that executable to be executed, right? Like there could potentially be a 0-day like in macOS preview, and then when you open an image, it could potentially execute some of the code inside. That's a potential concern. Yeah. Yeah, welcome in. It's not TG. Glad to see you. Yeah. I would say if you have specific JavaScript questions, definitely check out the Discord. We have a help channel, help forum on there, and it's easier to not lose your questions there. Yeah, basically, I just came up with a few. So the sparkle emoji is new feature. The bug emoji is a bug, and the tada emoji is initial commit. That's pretty much all of the ones that I use. If you look at listed, you can see I'm using a few other ones. So since there's a whole lot of ESLint happening, I use the cop emoji anytime there's like a style fix. And then anytime I update the README, I use a README, or sorry, like a book emoji. But there is a commit emoji. Someone created a gitmoji.dev. They have more of a style guide of how you should use these. Yeah. What's up, Aboot Gaming? Welcome in. Glad to see you. Oh, and thank you. It's been a while since I wore a button-up shirt on stream, but I felt fancy today. So even though it's wrinkled, I probably should have ironed it. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't say you don't have to read. I said you should do more than just read. I don't know. And MC Stilltoad says, reading teaches you what to do. Coding teaches you what not to do. Yeah, I really like, I mean, I'm an older coder. So like I actually started out in C#, and the Clean Code book by Uncle Bob has a lot of, like has C# examples. So that's where I learned a lot of my coding habits from. I came here to lead, not to read. What's up, Capro? Yeah, at any point you only know what you can recall. Building stuff puts stuff into your memory. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, and I think it's the other thing about how a lot of like a lot of people confuse knowing, like being able to spout off facts and like knowing and memorizing things. They confuse that with like intelligence, which is like the ability to use what you know in potentially novel ways, not just repeating what you've read or what you've memorized. So yeah, you can't just read a book on JavaScript and know everything there is to know about it. You have to use it as well, and that's a completely different thing. Yeah. Best code editor for Python? I don't have any suggestions because I don't do Python much, but thanks, Mark. Well, I'm gonna get caught up here. I'm gonna get caught up on chat. No new messages passed here. I'm gonna get caught up, and then we'll actually write some code because I need to lock down the API before we deploy. So, and thanks again, Harsuna. But there's a PyCharm I've heard people use, and then VS Code works for Python. But yeah, Codex says if you're following a tutorial video, it's also often helps to go back at some point and read the manual. There's usually a sentence sprinkled in here and there that has critical information you may not get from your existing resources. Yeah, and what I've been trying to model in my tutorials on my YouTube channel. So it's been a few months since I posted a tutorial, but I would take, for example, the stuff that I did on TypeScript. So intro to TypeScript, intro to building a CRUD API, and then also setting up a Vite and React app with a bunch of stuff. I tried to model, to the best of my ability, where I found the information that I'm showing you. Like, I'm not just doing the thing so that you can copy me. I also show you explicitly where in the docs I found the command that I'm running, or where on npm I found a specific library and stuff like that. So I think that's the other thing about a lot of tutorials is they potentially gloss over that, and it potentially makes it seem like the person making the tutorial knows everything, where in reality they have a second monitor where they're copying the code from. And so instead of having a second monitor, I basically like prepare what I'm going to show you and then like point you to the docs where I learned the thing. So yeah, I haven't done any Go. I think I've written like 5 lines of Go. Cool. I guess there are other packages for doing vulnerability scanning and stuff. Yeah. You'll always learn other things. It's never what you expect. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's like an advertisement for the channel, right? Like, if you just show up, you might learn something. I mean, we talked about open source. We converted images. We talked about learning and what you should learn. I pointed at the provider. We're all over the place. Yeah, if you see my animated Twitch icon, that's because of 7TV. And what's up, Coding Garden fan? Welcome in. I'm working as a front-end dev for 2 to 3 years, and I never read any license. Well, at some point, it potentially will catch up with you, depending on what you're building and stuff like that. But welcome in to Boot Gaming. Have I seen you here before? I guess that wasn't your first message in the chat, but shouts out. Glad to see you. Thanks for dropping in. I'll drop a follow. Yeah, so I'm not using any library for state management. It is all React context, and then I'm using use reducer, which is built into React. So it's honestly a lot. there's a lot going on here. I contemplated ripping this out and using Zustand instead. I also contemplated bringing in Prisma, and I'm contemplating bringing in Next.js instead of... There's a lot of things that I potentially will do differently. I don't know. I use all kinds of DBs. So the app that we work on Fridays called Listed, it's using Postgres. This app, which doesn't have user login, has a single collection where we're storing all of the points on the map. And it's really easy. That makes sense to do in MongoDB because there's no relations at that point. The moment we start adding users and everything else, it's like, why wouldn't you just be using a relational database? But that's like a high level opinion because there's nuance, right? Like, MongoDB potentially scales better depending on how you store your data, but that is a thing. Yeah. Are these zip CVEs? What am I looking at? Jed! Thanks for the resub. Any good sites to practice SQL queries? I know of SQL Zoo. Does this let you put SQL queries directly in? Yeah, it does. So you can submit your SQL. It gives you back the data. Modify to show the population of Germany. Nice. Nice. So you can try this. I mean, there might be better ones out there, but this is the one that I know of. Would Supabase be good for this kind of project? Sure, yeah. Yes. I mean, okay. Regardless of building anything for value, like a lot of the tips from Uncle Bob are granular, right? It's not necessarily about the bigger picture. It's about like, I'm in a single, a code base where I may be looking at 3 or 4 different files. What is the best way to write that code so that I can come back to it later and I know what's happening, so that coworkers can come into the code and get up and going quickly and easily? So that I can later expand on that code, so I can more easily reuse that code. I don't think that has as much to do with like, did you build something valuable? Because we really are just talking about how we're writing the code, not exactly what we're writing. I don't know. Yeah, so rote memory or rote memorization versus like analytical thinking, I guess. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Okay. So this is it. I'm gonna have to skip all these messages. Favorite programming language? I mean, I use a whole lot of JavaScript, but C# is really cool. So I don't have an answer for you. I'll use whatever makes the most sense. Yeah. All right. Glad to see everybody. All right. I skipped all those messages. Shouts out to our friend Clarkio. because I just declared chat bankruptcy, and I got that from him. If I missed your message, feel free to send it again. But also, we're gonna get on topic now, so no more off-topic stuff. We're at the task at hand is to lock this down and deploy it. Oh, there's a YouTube gift. Whoa! Thank you so much, Murdoch. That's cool. I haven't seen this on YouTube yet. You can gift memberships. Sheesh. Thank you so much, Murdoch. I appreciate that. Yeah. All right, let's write some code. So the first thing that we want to do is get sidetracked by this favicon issue. I'm just going to add a to-do. So we have this favicon that got replaced, so that automatically shows up. And if you look in the head here, or the setup for the head, it's referencing that. There are other links that I can add, which will reference all of these other images depending on the platform and the one that's requested. So let's just add a to-do. To-do, add other icons. Good enough for that. The first thing I want to do is I want to lock down the API. So let's talk about what we've built so far, and let's actually like watch the network traffic. Because whenever I add a new travel log, let's grab a generic place. I actually have no idea what will pop up, but let's see what pops up in images. Sure, this one. Or this. Yeah, that's perfect. So I'm gonna add this, and it's right now. I think it's just like in the middle of nowhere. We'll put it there in Montreal. But watch what happens. I'm gonna click create. A post request happens, and then now that test thing has shown up. But if we look at the network traffic, I'm making a post request to this URL, and there's no security here. So literally anybody could make a post request to this endpoint, and my backend will just accept it. And I want to prevent that, because if I were to deploy it as is, literally anybody would go to the deployed site and just start adding a bunch of stuff and potentially some inappropriate stuff. I've been doing this long enough to know that hackers gonna hack, and also people are just gonna try to mess with the stuff that I build. So we're gonna lock this down. And I guess to also demonstrate this, like let's actually copy this request here. And I'll show you how we could replicate this outside of the web browser. Let's do that. So I'm gonna bring up Insomnia, which is a tool for doing HTTP requests. All right, see you later, Murdoch. Thank you for the gifts. Have a good one. Cool. No worries, I'll test. Yeah, so and that's what I'm saying. Everybody's gonna test it after I deploy this thing, anyways. Oh, it has. I was like, can you beautify that? Thanks. All right. And then let's just grab another latitude, longitude. We're going to call this test again. And, oh, glad to hear it, Deepam. Appreciate it. Now, what do? We need to make the request against here. So right now, this server is running on my computer. It's localhost 3000. But when I deploy it, it's going to have a URL that anybody in the world could reach. And so they could do these exact same steps inside of any HTTP request tool. But I am making a post request to this URL with this data. And as you can see, like I'm not on the web page. I'm not logged in. I can just send this. I get back a response. I mean, you can see there's some like Next.js stuff going on, but if I refresh the page, that point should actually be there. Maybe a client-side exception has occurred. I don't even remember. I don't even know where I put that. Is it down here? Let's just add another one at this location. Wrong endpoint? Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, you're totally right. I need to do API/logs. Yeah, you're totally right. So it didn't work. Now, if I do this, there we go. We get back a response. And if I refresh the page, it's just here. There it is. I have not tried Thunder Client. I used Postman for the longest time, and then I switched to Insomnia. Yeah, this is the point where everyone suggests a different REST client. Basically, you can use any REST client you want. Insomnia works for me. But as you can see, I'm not even in the web browser, and I can send data to this, and it'll just pop up on the map. So I want to prevent that, and the way that I'm going to do that is just by adding an API key. So, oh, nice, Majestic. Don't dox yourself. But so all I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add another environment variable called API key. And it's going to look like this. And we're going to check against this inside of the post request. So like this is the simplest possible version of authorization and like locking down an API. Yeah, I can show you this. So I need to also add this in my env.local. So if I do, what do you call it? API key equals that. Now I can use this in my app. Welcome in, D30. I really appreciate the compliment. So now that I have this environment variable, all I'm going to do is I'm going to check for it inside of my API requests for the post request. So where would this be? Pages, API logs. So this is the code that runs when there's a post request to put a new thing into my database. But all we have to do is lock it in. So see, yeah, cross-site request forgery is another thing, but we're not even dealing with cookies at this point. So we're not even going to worry about that. Basically, if you know the API key, you can put stuff in this database. Simple as, and you don't even have to use the website. But we can check for it right here. Let me confirm how to get that environment variable. Yeah, so process.env. Good. So over here, I'm actually just going to add a little check. So if process.env API key does not exist, then we're going to throw an error just to remind the person deploying this or running this locally that they need to set up an API key. API key missing in env. So we're ensuring that we have an API key, and then we can just check against it. So we're going to look in the body of the request. And actually, we could look in the headers. Let's actually look in the headers. So I'm going to look at if, did I see the new API routes for the app folder? No, I didn't. We should probably upgrade. But I want to, let me lock this down. We'll deploy and then we'll upgrade. We could use Zod for config validation, but I think we have that in our to-do list. But here we go. if let's actually look at this. So if rec.body.API key is equal to the one in our environment variables, we'll create the thing. If it's not, we're going to return an unauthorized error. So we're going to do a 401. We'll send back an object with a message that says unauthorized. Like this. Okay. Now, this is assuming that we put this API key property in the body of the request. But there's going to be an issue because whenever we parse it with our validator, we do not specify API. Oh, not that. Not that. This. We do not specify API key here. I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to specify it here, and then I'm just going to rip it out before we put it into the database. I think that's what we'll do. So, and actually we will use camel casing here. So I'm just going to call this a z.string, and it is required and can't be empty. Cool. So I've added this to my validator. This is our validator that's looking at all the other properties and validating them before putting it in the database. So now we can specify this. So look at the body, look at the API key. If it's equal to the one in our environment variable, we'll delete it before inserting it. So right here, I'm just going to delete this .api key. There are probably other ways to go about this. Like we could potentially there might be a way to do this with Zod, where basically we can say this will exist, but like rip it out after doing the validation. Does anybody know that? Yeah, fail fast. Yeah, we get, so yeah, this is the other way to do it. So I've wrapped this code in an if, but instead of wrapping it in an if, we can do the opposite. So this is the fail fast version. So if the API key does not equal it, unauthorized. Otherwise, put it in the database. I have a lot of different settings on the mic. If you haven't been here in a while, it might sound different. Yeah, we could hash it. We could do a lot of things, but it's in the body of the request, and we're going to be deploying HTTPS, so no one will be able to peer into the body of the request unless they have broken TLS. And if they've done that, that's a bigger issue. Yeah. So I'll talk about why we put it in the .env in a second. But ultimately, I don't want this API key to be in my code base, because if somebody looked at my GitHub repo, then they would know what API key I use. And I don't want that, which is why I've put it in there. And that way, anybody that pulls this code down or deploys this can specify their own API key. Transform and remap. Okay. Why parse async instead of safe parse async? And what's up, Terawatt? This throws an exception, and I want it to throw an exception because I have a catch-all right here that will catch that exception. So that's why I'm doing parse async. If you did safe parse async, then that would give you back an error object and the validated thing, and then you could do what you wanted with the error object. In my case, I want to throw an exception because I'm catching it. Yeah, I've procrastinated it long enough that I'm not actively working on a course right now. Yeah. The Zod error comes through over here. For mapping errors, sure. Yeah, I mean, technically, if this is an instance of a Zod error, then we have something like error dot errors. And then this is an array that we can look at. But I'm actually going to be looking at that on my front end. So this, I don't even know if you could call this Node.js. It is server-side JavaScript because it can run in any backend runtime that runs server-side JavaScript. It would be most similar to Node.js, but I don't even know what Next.js uses in their serverless functions. I wouldn't trust these keywords in catch statements which have multiple throw points. Well, the idea here, I stand by this technical decision because this is a single place to do all of our error handling. Right now, I am not handling all of our errors. We have a to-do, right? Because right now I'm just assuming it's an error and I just pass back the message. But if it's a Zod error, I could send back a more friendly Zod error. If it was a database error, I could send back a more friendly database not connected error. If it was a validation error, I guess that's a Zod error. Basically, I can handle all of that error handling logic in one spot. Yeah, I don't know what the go way is. Yeah, but I stand by this. I mean, this is the closest you would get to like I guess a generalized error handler in Express. Actually, I don't even know. There might even be a middleware way of doing this in Next.js, but I don't know. Yeah. How is this useful as the API key is sent from the client? But it's sent in the body of the request, which is encrypted because of TLS. Yeah, well, you can see it, but nobody else can see it. Let me show you, and I'll prove it to you. I'll deploy this, and I will give free stickers to anybody that can get something into my database that was not me by securing it this way. I don't know why TypeScript doesn't like this. Is there a TypeScript way of doing this? I could use middleware. All right, I'll probably look into that later. We'll just add it to do here because I mean I think I have it in another place, but we need to handle Zod errors, and then potentially handle all errors in catch-all middleware. But later. Bracket syntax? Is that what it wants? TS ignore it? The operand of a delete operator must be optional. Oh, I see. TypeScript says, hey, well, not that. I think you can just do .optional. Yeah. TypeScript says, hey, it needs to be defined like this if you're going to delete it. And that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, cool. So now we've deleted it. Great. I guess the issue is I don't want it to be optional. If the API key prop on body does not exist, it's just going to return a 401 unauthorized. I get. Oh yeah, actually, this would be the scenario where I throw an error instead, like this. Instead of doing so this is actually what I meant by the standardized error handling is do this, and then it does that, and then we could also do something like, and then error.status is 401. But then we need a custom error type. Man. Well, we don't even need that. We'll just say the status is by default 500. There we go. All right. Now, we set the status to 401, we throw the error, and then this actually would be another scenario where we could use that. Where we pass in this, and then error.status is 405. Pass it into the constructor. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Man, coding is hard. Especially with hundreds of people watching you. But it's okay. It's okay. This makes more sense. And then I'll explain what this is doing when we're done here. And then I think the code is better for it. But we need a constructor. This takes in the message and the status. Status is a number, message is a string, and then we can call super. Super with message. Great. Why is this complaining? That. And then we'll also say this dot status equals status. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So let's talk through what just happened here. If the API key in the body does not equal the one that's in our environment variables, then we throw an unauthorized error. And this will exit the code here. And because we have this try catch, it's going to exit the code to right here, where we can now use that. So I'm going to do 500 or error.status. The thing is, like, it could be. Are we just gonna handle this now? Yeah, we need to reverse this because we use the status code or 500. And then I just want to ignore TypeScript. Like I don't want to point to what type this actually is. But we could do this. So I guess we will. So if error is instance of error with status code. Nice. Can I do res.status separately from res.json? Will those chain like this? Let's test it. Let's test it. But yeah, so basically, if I throw an error here, it's a status code of 401. If I throw an error here, it's a status code of 405. That'll make it into the catch. And then if that error was an error with status code, we're going to set the status to be that. Learn with Jason. Welcome in. Welcome in, friends. Thank you for the raid. Glad to see ya. What were you working on? J. Langsdorf. Is my bot down? my bot might be down. You've been rating me a lot recently. I really do appreciate that, Jason. Definitely go check out Jason out. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. We are working in a Next.js app. And what were you working on? Why should web developers care about logging? Cool. Does Matt Wilk work on a logging library? Feel free to link the library that they work on. Yeah. Sup. Welcome in. Okay. We right now are inside of a Next.js app, and we're doing some error handling in an API handler. We'll do the return there. But all of this is for a travelogue thing that we're working on. So this is a simple little app where you can add points to the map that detail all of the places that you've been. So like the Denver Botanic Gardens, Big Bend National Park, Disney World, Disneyland Paris, JS Nation 2023. I'll be emceeing there. So this is in the future. So we're building this app, but right now there's no auth on it. It is very it's open to anyone. And what we demonstrated is you can just send a post request to my backend, and it's going to put it into the database. So what we're doing right now is a very, very simple version of authorization. We are specifying an API key in our environment variable. And when we send the request from the front end, we're going to include that. But if we don't, we'll prevent it from getting put into the database, because I'm about to deploy this to the world. And people will potentially try to put bad or naughty things on this website. And I want to lock that down without creating a full authorization and authentication and authorization system. So this is as simple as that. What we also need to do now is in our front end, we want to include the API key when we're sending that request. So if we look at the travelogue form, we want to add a little text input. We should be getting a TypeScript error now. So yeah, so the way that we set this form up was we automatically create inputs on the form on this thing over here based on our TypeScript type. So if you take a look at our types, which were generated by Zod. So basically, we generate the validator. That gives us back a TypeScript type that has all of those properties on it. But what we also wanted to do was we wanted to automatically iterate over those properties and automatically create the inputs on the form. So you can see over here, I created this travelogue property without location, which specifies all the properties that need to be defined in the form. And then they either have a title, a type, and a label. And so basically we iterate over this to auto-create each of the form inputs right here. So we do object.entries, and for every one, we either create a text area or an input based on what that specific thing is. And Neil, thank you very much for that prime. So what I need to do now is I need to tell it about API key. And I'm just going to do that right here. So I'm going to add API key. And so that's the other cool thing about the way we set up these types is, for one, I'm getting a type error that, hey, API key isn't listed in here. And then two, I get type completion here, but I can say this type is password. And then now that's complaining because I didn't add it to my type enum. So I'm going to add that here. So API key is now a password input. And then we'll see here, as I type, it looks like a password. So I also want to specify the label because it's right now it just camel cases or like it just uppercases that. So if I want like a pretty printed label, I can just do API key like this, and then that'll show up like that. Beautiful. But now when I send this request, it's going to include that API key in the request. And now that the server is locked down, it should have restarted. We can actually test this from Insomnia. So if I attempt to send this to my API without an API key, unauthorized. Unauthorized. So the person that asked earlier, if we're including the key in the front end anyways, why would this work? Or how would this lock it down? We're not including it in the front end. The end user has to type in the API key here to get this to work. Now, this is potentially cumbersome because now every time I add a new one, I need to put the unauthenticated with a hyphen. It's a hyphenated word. I'm pretty sure. So when I deploy this code, it's not going to have the API key embedded. I'm literally requiring the user to type it in. But what I'm going to do right now is I will make it remember when you type the API key in, I'm going to make it remember it so that way the next time you go here, you don't have to type it in again. Yeah, so once it's entered, well, we won't save it to cookie. We'll just save it to local storage. So let's do it right here. Is it not hyphenated? I swear all right, I'm not opposed to it. A spell checker has I feel like there was a spell checker that told me that it needed to be hyphenated. Oh well. Let's set this up in the form. So anytime weird audio? It's possible. I mean, so I'm using a few different filters. And it's using RN noise. I think it gets weird artifacting every now and then when it's trying to do the noise cancellation. Sounds fine. Okay. Let me know. Let me know if it happens again. Unauthorized or unauthorized with a period? Well, we just need to be consistent. I put a period there. I didn't put a period there. So let's put a period there. All right. Let's save that API key to local storage as they type. So when they submit the form, if the response was okay, let's save the API key to local storage. So we'll just do local storage.set item API key, and that's going to be data.api key, like that. I guess that's the issue of making it optional. I don't want it to be optional. I'm going to go back to my type. This is not going to be optional, and we're going to TS ignore it. So API key is not optional, but we'll just TS ignore this because MongoDB doesn't care. MongoDB will let you put anything you want in there. So deleting that property, I think, is fine, and ignoring the TypeScript error is fine. But what that means now is our form will require API key. And if we try to submit the form without putting the API key in, it's going to show that error there. And we can come up with a better error as well. TS expect error? Possibly. That might be it. Let's see. But I also want to specify an API key message here. API key cannot be empty. Zod strip? Whoa, okay, I was that could have been really bad. I forgot. But let's see if it's in their README. You can use strip to reset an object schema to the default behavior, stripping unrecognized keys. Yeah, I do have safe search on, so yeah. Whew, whew. Um, I don't know if this is what we want because like technically the TypeScript type has it, and we want that because on the front end, we want that type. But also this gets into a to-do that we haven't gotten to yet is we need different validators depending on who's validating the data. So like, we potentially would create another type that omits the API key. I don't know. I don't know. What have I done? We're going to save it to local storage now. So when you submit the form, we put it in local storage. And then when the form is loaded, API key will have that initial value. So if local storage dot has API key, what does get item return if it's not there? Does it return null? Yeah, so we can use nullish coalescing to do the empty string. So if the API key is in there, set up the form with it. So now, when we go to add a travel log, we can put our super secret password in there. Actually, let's do the wrong password. What did Mark say? Pick omit. Yeah. Base type extends. Yeah. We'll use this eventually. I can't think how we're going to use it right now because technically this validator right here, that's really sad to hear, Tara, but I actually don't even want to see it in the chat. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, people definitely need to be safe when they're IRL streaming. I've seen some pretty weird things. So, but that's really unfortunate. Yeah. So, but there's not a way. I guess technically, yeah, I think you're totally right. We can validate it, and then we have a separate validator that doesn't include API key. Yeah. This is fine. This code is going to work. We're going to update it later. Like, we need to keep moving. And I think this will do it. So let's test it. So let's try to add a new thing without with specifying a bad password. So test hello. Let's just grab some image URL and then create unauthorized. See, so because I specified the wrong API key, the API is responding with unauthorized. Beautiful. But if I put the right one in and I submit it, nice. So now we've got the Statue of Liberty in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And now when I open the form, the API key is pre-filled. And so now, even when I refresh the site, the API key is refilled, so I don't have to type it in again. So yeah. Yeah. So that's my break timer, and we do need to take a break, but I want to commit this, and then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll deploy it. Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate. No way, Codex. Glad to hear it. I think that's the thing. Like, if you have the right debug logs, you can be like, look, it's not my fault. Is it specifically like a Linux issue? Yeah. This is just basically a password that if anybody knows the password, they can submit to the website. Oh, thank you, Shirkum. Thank you for the positivity. The tile server is not that. We're using Mapbox Studio. So I created my own custom map and then grabbed the tile URL from Mapbox Studio. There were no logs. Linux only issue. Dang. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that, D30. I think there's a lot of different kinds of people watching. People that like don't want to do it. Yeah, it's kind of like that, but we don't include it in the source code because you need to know it. So when I deploy the site, somebody could potentially like brute force this. I would really prefer it if you didn't, but that would be one way of getting through this. And at least with current technology that's available to the public, brute force is kind of the only way that you would break through this. The thing is, if we want to implement rate limiting, we're deploying to Vercel, so we were going to need probably like I guess we could technically put it in MongoDB, but basically every request, we would put the IP address in our database, count the number of requests, back off, and you use the term back off because that makes the request last longer depending on how quickly somebody's pinging your API. And then if they do it too much, then we send them 429 request exceeded. I don't know how to. I'd have to look into the docs for Vercel because I actually a while back I did a YouTube video on how to create a stock website, a stock ticker, and someone, I think it was this one. Look at that beard. Jeez, that was like early pandemic. Someone took the endpoint that I shared and was just pinging. Like they spent over 75 gigabytes of data getting stock info because I deployed as a Vercel serverless function that like proxies the Yahoo Finance API. So I would need to set something like this up. Scalable DDoS mitigation detects automatically detects malicious attacks. Vercel Enterprise has DDoS. Yeah, I think if I wanted to do it, I would have to find a rate limiting package that works with Next.js and puts it into my Mongo database. So something like this, but we're going to need a persistent store because the Vercel Lambda functions spin up and then spin back down. So like they're not persistent. They don't remember IP addresses. Yeah, see, this is in memory is the thing. Like we need one that would put it into a database. Typically you would use Redis for something like this. They stay up for an hour. That could work then. I'm not going to worry about it, though. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's commit this code. And then, oh, geez. We did two things. We added the favicon, and we locked down the API route. Use the node cache package. Server-side caching with Redis. We'd have to get a Redis deployment going, though. There's a like the official Redis, like what's the cloud version of Redis? Like is it just Redis? Redis Cloud. What's their pricing? So here's the thing, like at what point I guess it makes sense to want to worry about rate limiting and different stuff like that because there's always going to be bad people out there that try to mess with your deployed apps. But at a certain point, it really starts to limit the accessibility of building things because you have to know about authorization, you have to know about like caching, you have to know about rate limiting. There's a lot of things you potentially need to implement to like really make something secure. And then it makes it way less accessible for a beginner. Let's just commit the code. We'll we'll talk about this later. Beginner shouldn't be building a full solution on its own. Yeah, I mean, but if you think about like I guess that's the thing what's making it difficult to do rate limiting here is the fact that Vercel is not a long running process. And when I deployed the last travelog, we did it with Express, and I do believe we added a rate limiter. Let's look at the code here. This is the old one that we built 2 years ago. I'm curious, did I include rate limiting? I did. And this, you just add in, I think the specific endpoint, we locked it down. Yeah, so we did a rate limit with a Mongo store. But this is easy because the way that we deployed this, there was a long-running Node.js process, so it could keep all of the IP addresses in memory. You can't necessarily do the same thing on Vercel because it spins up and then it goes back down, it spins up and it goes back down, and then the multiple instances won't be sharing the same memory. Which is like why I'm talking about this, because like this is very easy to implement because we already had a Mongo database. We just slapped that in there, good to go. I guess if we found one that works in a similar way, we could add it. API rate limit by IP and API keys. One user will hit the same instance. Yeah. I mean, I guess I started to think about people that have like a bunch of basically like a botnet of of proxies and IP addresses. That helps them get around rate limiting anyways. Let's see how they do it. Is it in the API here? You must create a token. And then you have to use that token to call the API. So token rate limit with the request. IP rate limit comes from here. IP rate limit is defined in lib. IP rate limit puts it in upstash. Okay. We'll put it on the to-do, but the issue is we would need to do this before we deploy, because there are at least 3 people watching right now that are ready to just throw a load testing script at my backend and to potentially try to brute force the API key. So we're going to implement a rate limit now. Yeah. And who is that? It's you, Terrawad. Wouldn't you use Vercel for your APIs? The thing is, like, the simplicity of deploying serverless functions to Vercel is like kind of insane. But the tricky part is they're not long lived, like a long running process or server. And obviously, like, you don't want to use serverless for everything. But the other thing about using Next.js is it's from Vercel. So this is They specifically have made it so that deploying this to Vercel is super easy, and then having this API folder right here automatically gets deployed along with your next app as serverless functions. You don't have to do anything special. The moment you start to break things into like a separate API and a separate backend, the code gets more complex. The architecture gets more complex. So at least 3, yeah. No, I mean, I wasn't pointing at you, Terawat, but I mean, there are a couple of I mean, people have done it before, like especially when I've done like WebSocket stuff. I had to lock that down so that you could only have one connection per IP because people were spinning up like 500 connections on a single thing and like slowing down my server. All right, let's create a rate limiter. Let's see what we have for like MongoDB rate limit. Rate limiter flexible. Express limiter Mongo. Works with Redis in memory, MongoDB. Yeah. Is that really a thing? I guess that might be like a lot of like I guess the way their infrastructure works, like with the ISP. I guess it depends on the country. All right, how do we do it? Rate limiter consume. The reason I'm looking at a package like this is like I could fit this to work with this. We could have essentially a Next.js middleware that implements this library. But I have to see how it works. All right. The thing is, like, we could also try to implement it ourselves, but like, what are the things we need to think about? Like, if we had a MongoDB collection where it had IP addresses and like number of requests, Kava, you use this library? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good vouch. Let's look into it. Let's look at their docs for how to set it up with MongoDB. Well, MongoDB is already our database, which is why we're doing that. What's up, Late Key? Welcome in. Show me. I mean, honestly, let's see if anybody's done it with Next.js. Implementing rate limiting Next.js. Fastify rate limit. The tricky part is integrating it with API handlers here. Because this isn't Express, and it's not Fastify. It's a specific kind of handler. Edge functions, rate limits, and tokens. The thing is, we could look at that example. The example looks so complex. I feel like there's a simpler way to do it. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm worried about, right? So like the leaky bucket algorithm and like also slowing down requests. So basically, the more requests they make, the slower that they get. Oh, they're using it from Express. Will this work? Can pass. I guess potentially this. Yeah, this looks like the easiest one to use. I guess the issue there is we would want to put it in a database. Upstash is used. I really want to limit it to MongoDB. Yeah. So basically, I mean, with the handler here, they're passing the request and response into these middlewares that were meant for Express. So I think these things handle the request and response objects that are in the serverless functions, which is, I think, fine. Let's look at Express rate limit, because that's the one that I've used in the past, and I think it has a MongoDB store you can use. External stores, rate limit Mongo. I mean, then there's rate limit Redis. Thanks, Zerk. Appreciate you. Is this what I want? Yeah, I need to fix the contrast. Let's just try this really quick. We can try it with the in-memory store, and then if it works, we'll try to get it hooked up to MongoDB or Redis. So we're gonna install Express rate limit. We're gonna create a limiter inside of our a middleware. So we need to look up middlewares in Next.js 13. Basically, I want a middleware that runs for my entire app. Something like middleware.ts, something like that. This works in Vercel. But how complicated is it? Lambda rate limiter. Yeah, I'm just using Dark Reader for npm. This works. This works. All right, I'll look at Lambda rate limiter. What's the difference between Lambda rate limiter and Express rate limiter? I guess the other thing is though, I do want a database backed store, because this one is in memory. Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing, Alex, is if you are getting a lot of traffic, you're going to have multiple serverless instances spin up, and then they all will potentially be talking to the same database. So like that's like your database at that point might be your bottleneck. But it depends. Once they hit X time, put their IP in a database. I'm not opposed to that. Yeah, that seems like a much simpler solution. Let's do it. Let's remove Express rate limit. Yeah, and I think that's the thing, Alex, right? And that's why I was saying that we need some kind of shared store, but all right. I mean, it says 4,000 weekly downloads, 46 stars. Adding a centralized rate limiter like Redis adds a significant amount of cost and overhead. This cost increases drastically, and the centralized storage eventually becomes the bottleneck when DOS attacks need to be prevented. I guess we just talked about that. So yeah, I guess that's the point. So like, if we're storing their IPs in a DB, then like we don't even benefit from serverless anymore because every single request has to hit that DB. Yeah, limits are not shared between instances. This means limits can reset arbitrarily when new instances get spawned. Yeah, true, Alex. Yeah, like I mean, it's probably not. I mean, honestly, the app we're building is just so simple. I don't know. Cloud providers serve the same instance if possible. All right, you've convinced me. We'll just do this. We'll use Lambda rate limiter. And I like what the only downside is it won't work. It won't work. Let's use it. And so what I was thinking is we have a middleware that limits requests to the entire app. I kind of want to do that instead of just limiting to the API endpoints. So let's look at Next.js middleware. Like how do we do middleware? I don't want an upgrade guide. You create a middleware.ts. So it needs to start with an underscore. And then this can export an API function like this. Okay, we need to import Lambda rate limiter. Create an instance, or don't create an instance, we just pass in options. So, causes earliest scene to drop per instantiation. Interval of 60 seconds. Unique token per interval, 500. And then 10 requests per interval. 10 requests per minute. I see. We want no more than 5 requests per second. Right? We don't even need that. Like, we need to really lock it down. Like, it's just going to be no more than, I don't know, you all help me out. Do I want like 1 request per second? 500 is how many IPs will be stored. Cool. 5 requests per minute. Half of a request per second. I need the types. Yeah, I'll fix all of this in a second. I also need to look at middleware. Like, I don't think I'm even doing this right. Middleware takes in the request. And then we do something like So if that throws an error, then we just I don't know why I'm copy pasting this, but we end the response. All right. Why is this complaining? I don't think we're gonna have the default export. And then we'll call this rec. Oh, this is the next request. How do I immediately respond? Do I also get access to the next response? Expression is not callable. Remove the underscore in the name of the file. I thought it needed to be. I'm just not finding the right docs. Yeah, Alex. I mean, ultimately, it depends on how many instances it's going to spin up. There might be settings inside of Vercel that will determine that, but you're completely right. Like, if basically every instance is its own rate limiter, so if somebody really pounds this API and they have potentially multiple IP addresses that they could be using, then yes. Why doesn't this library provide its own types? They are indefinitely typed. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing the best I can with what I got because it's like I need a rate limiter of some kind. So yeah. All right. I have a feeling I'm not doing this middleware right. Why do all of the examples only have the request? Like, what if I need to end the request immediately? Where does response come from? Okay, response.next. So you don't pass this in. You say, yeah, and then I don't want the type. I want the object. Why is my copy paste not working? Copy? Paste. All right, and then we don't pull the type in, we pull the object. Great. So this gives us the response. Why can I not do status? Is this not this is not the response that I'm used to? Do I literally do response.status? But then that's a read-only property. Well, we have type on next request, which is what we want. Check the docs. Next response.rewrite. This is what I want. Why is the API so awkward? Message. Too many requests. And like, I mean, I'm calling the API awkward because this is in all my years in Node.js, this is like nothing like Express or Fastify or anything like that. But This is what I want. So if there's an error, we're gonna immediately end and say too many requests. And I'm gonna demonstrate. I'm gonna fake that out here. But this is what I want. All right. I think if we reload the windows, that'll fix the type errors. Great. The H3 API work in the same awkward way. Huh. Yeah, I guess I'm just not used to doing these kinds of things in serverless. That's on me. That's on me. But all right. Throw an error. It didn't throw an error. The middleware is in the app directory. Do I need it to be underscore middleware? Okay. Please tell me what to do. Should be in the API folder. I want it everywhere though. I want it for page requests and for API requests. So at least like what I'm expecting is the home page shouldn't even render because I should immediately get that error. I'll close all this extra stuff for now. Create a middleware.ts at the same level as your pages in the root. Oh, so am I combining? I see. So I like combining this with Next.js 13 potentially gets a little bit awkward. Because I have to put the middleware over here, but then that should run for every request, even in the app directory. I think that's the case. In source, must export a module or a default function. Listen, I copied your code example. Export function middleware. And then we need to export a config. Look, I'll do the default export, but just tell me to do that in the docs. That's what I want to see. We get too many requests no matter what page we run. Okay, we made it. We finally did it. Beautiful. Now we can actually do the rate limiting where it looks at the IP address. And in the code example that America 2050 sent us, request.headers.xrealIP is how we get the IP address. And I think that's probably in the Vercel docs. Headers included with dynamic deployments. So this is identical to the X forwarded for. So when you're dealing with proxies and serverless and stuff, you basically want to use this header because the IP of the actual request is potentially an internal load balancer or something like this. So that's what we want. So on the incoming request, we grab the IP address. And then the request is a next request, like that. And then we're going to be limiting based on the IP. Why is this complaining? Headers.get, I guess, is what we want. I'm gonna leak my IP address. It should just be my local IP. And what if that doesn't exist? Rec.connection? Rec.IP? What if that doesn't exist? Localhost. Let's see what gets logged here. It should just, in this case, it should be my 10.0 address. Let's see. No, it just shows up as localhost. So we don't even get, I guess because it's running locally. That's the issue. If I do it locally, it just pops up as, I did not mean to do that. Sorry. Also, there's this like weird glitching in my eyes. Anybody else noticing that? Let me fix that really quick. Test. Okay. All right, let's log the entire incoming request and then see what's in there. Because like in Express, you typically have like request.connection and a few other things. Yeah, my local host is leaked. So let's see what we get. I'm gonna hide my screen again just in case. Rec dot. Yeah, the reverse proxy does, but we're not getting that when we're local. So I have used that header or rec.ip, which is like internal to Next.js. Yeah, because IP is undefined in the request that we got. Yeah, I would expect where are we at? Yeah, it should be 127.0.0.1 or the IPv6::1. But right now it is undefined. Undefined. There's probably a way to get it. Next.js rec.ip undefined. Request IP? I need a package for this? Come on. Rec.connection.remote address. This is what I know about, but it looks like connection doesn't exist on the type. This information is provided by your hosting platform. Yeah, exactly, Nika. When I'm running locally, I'm not behind a load balancer or anything, so yeah. Yeah, so I mean, if you look at the package request IP, it's basically going to look at all of the possible headers. Like, it's not tricky to do. It's just like I don't want to add another library for it because like it's looking at all of this. I think ultimately rec.connection.remote address is really what I want. But let's see if this will even run. I know TypeScript is complaining, but maybe there's the connection actually is in there. Cannot read properties of undefined reading remote address. Yeah. Really, I'm just trying to fix this bug locally. So X real IP, when we deploy to Vercel, it gets set by the Vercel deployment, like before by their load balancers and stuff, and it potentially also sets X forwarded for or pulls that in. But when it's deployed, this is gonna work. I'm just trying to get it working locally. Did I just close? Where did that Stack Overflow go? Look at the second answer. So X forwarded for also is not going to be set locally when I'm running it locally. It should be the origin of the request. Yeah. What do you got, Andrew? Is that really it? Rec.connection. So the issue is okay, I guess it could be rec.socket or rec.info. None of those things exist. We are running locally, hopefully. So we should only get here when local. And then we will, yeah, the request didn't have any extra stuff on it. Not that, please stop, please, 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 please. ESLint, there we go. And then we're gonna log the IP here. All right, so what kind of rate limiting do I want? Because right now it's it's throwing an error. We have every second, let's say, no, honestly, 5 requests per minute. Should that be enough? And Sana, thank you for the Prime. It says, thanks for all the learning opportunities. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Okay. I guess that could work. Maj Shlu Mberi. Maj Shlu Mberi? I didn't say that right. I absolutely didn't say that right. But yeah, if we used ngrok, then locally, I mean, we could, it would go through the ngrok servers and then back to us. But let's see. Error? Why would you log the error like that? Are you kidding me? Wait, are you telling me that the limiter check library is throwing an empty object as an error? Line 18. Oh, okay. I was like, what? What? Thank you. it's coming from inside the code. I was like, what is happening? I was throwing an empty error. There we go. There we go. I spelled local wrong in my really long. When running local, IP headers are not set. It's an inside job. Cool. All right, but if I request, I request this page a bunch, eventually we should get a rate limit. Or do the middlewares not run for the... Well, it should be running for this. See, it's just passing back unauthorized. It should be hitting my middleware beforehand. All right, I've done this wrong. Test failed. So 5 requests per 60 seconds. What am I doing wrong? Well, so what I'm worried about, or what should be happening, is it should hit this code before it ever gets to here where we're checking the API key. That's the whole goal. Is it'll prevent that code from even running. Yeah, I guess if we look at their docs, I thought it would throw an exception. Yeah, so it throws an exception, rate limit exceeded. Can we do 10 requests per minute? And see you later, D30. Glad to have you. Yeah, so it's checking the rate limit. It doesn't work locally. Why not? Is there like a new memory context for every single local request? Hmm. I'm only going to log this if IP is localhost. Locally, there's no cache. Okay. That's fine. Oh yeah, I mean that would I think you're probably right, Brilvio. Actually, if we want to see it in action, count will always be 0 because of how the memory is handled. Right? Count will always be 1. Fascinating. Does this have something to do with the Next.js dev server? Because this is weird. Like this is very weird. In all my years of Node.js, have I ever seen a something that doesn't have shared memory? Vercel locally works different from deployed apps. I guess technically, if I did Vercel dev, that could potentially be. All right, let me try that. Also, let's do this. The JavaScript isn't JavaScripting. Okay. Even with Vercel dev? All right. This should be good. So this, you can make up to 10 requests every 60 seconds. I don't think that's going to exceed what a normal user would do. This is totally fine. Let's set up Vercel now. I think one thing I could potentially do, I don't know why I'm just all of a sudden closing all of these tabs. I'm probably going to need some of these. We could hook this up to the Git repo. So Vercel is Next.js. Like they're one and the same in a way. Cool. Yeah, let me know how that goes, America 2050. I mean, maybe it's documented somewhere, but okay. Let's deploy. So I need to make sure I'm not logged in. Run a build and test the build. I'm honestly not worried. I'm not that worried about it. Like it will work when we're deployed. I know that for sure. It's just very irritating that it wouldn't work with just like a local dev server. Oof. Thanks for that posture check. We've been live for 2.5 hours. I told myself I was actually going to take breaks today. Man, oh man. Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to take a break after this. Kappa should work over there. I don't know. What about your sip? Cheers, Patrick. Beautiful. All right, let me make sure. Welcome in, Amy. Glad to see you. Let me make sure nothing weird's going on. Nothing weird is displaying. Thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, somebody gifted you. Okay, the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's deploy this. Oh, I forgot we're gonna need a database too. Dang it. Well, we'll deploy it. We'll see the error, and then we'll set up the database. So, Vercel.com. You can very easily deploy stuff, and especially if you have a Next.js app, you can deploy it with Vercel. It's meant for Vercel. Yeah. No, exactly. So we're gonna deploy to Vercel. I have an account here, and I have the CLI tool running locally. Like technically, you can just hook this up to a Git repo. I'm gonna run the CLI tool. So you do npm install -g Vercel, and it's gonna ask you, do you want to set this up and deploy it? And so yes, I want to set this up. I'm gonna use this account that I have. I don't have any existing projects, so typically you could potentially create the project in their dashboard and then like link the code to that. This is automatically going to create all of that for me. So yeah, I'm going to call it the next travel log. My code is in this directory. It's going to upload the code. I'm not going to change any of the settings. Like I do believe, yeah, so because there's already a next build command, it should just work. It should just work. And because the way I have this, I have the code set up, we should see, if when we go to the deployed site, we should see the errors that like our environment variables are missing. That's what I want to see. Yeah, and so in most cases, it actually automatically detects the build script. Oh, well, the build failed, likely because I'm missing environment variables in production. So we can look at the logs. Type is missing the following properties. What? That makes sense though. There's this page hanging around, this add page. What? I'm just gonna delete it. It doesn't need to exist. Try again. Zero Loop says, it's interesting how much knowledge, tips, and tricks you can absorb by just listening while doing other things in the background. Appreciate the time taken for these streams. I appreciate that, Zero Loop. Had huge value for me. Yeah, I do appreciate that, because I know, obviously, you don't want to sit down and watch a 3-hour stream while you have other things to do. But every now and then, you might learn something. All right, now I want to see environment variables missing in the logs. Yeah, so missing DB URL. Beautiful. And now over here, we have my project. It should exist. And I can actually look at the logs here in the project. Is this the previous one? But regardless, I need to set this stuff up. So if I go into my settings, and then I look at environment variables, this is where I can set the environment variables in the deployed app. So what we're going to do is copy those over. So we need a MongoDB URL, which I need to deploy to MongoDB Atlas. We can give it a name. For now, I'll just add that here. So DB name, next travel log. And then we need to set up our API key. So this is what I want to be long and hard to remember and unguessable. So I'll set that up off screen. And then this environment variable actually is only for when we're building locally, but I think it's going to need this when it does the build in the cloud. So I'm going to copy this here as well. And it's okay that you can see that API key because this is the public key for the map tiles. Like I couldn't use these map tiles unless this API key was exposed because this is going to be exposed on the front end. All right, now I get to come up with a super secret password to put here. And then on environments, I'm checking production, preview, and deployment, and I'm saving these. So now, now those environment variables exist here on Vercel, but I also need the DB URL environment variable. And where do I get that? I have to deploy to MongoDB Atlas. So MongoDB Atlas is a cloud host for Mongo database. And this will give me a remote connection URL that I can pass into Vercel. So let me get logged in here. Yeah, everyone's going to try to guess the password. If you check out the README, I have all of the tech that we're using. But we're using Leaflet, we're using React Leaflet, and I'm using Mapbox Studio for the tiles specifically. Stop guessing my password. Password is password. All right, so I'm logged in over here on MongoDB Atlas, and I can name my project. So I'm going to call this the Next Travel Log. I'm going to keep hiding my screen because I don't know what it's going to reveal, but that's it. I am the project owner, and then I just click Create Project. Cool. So now I want to build a database, and this is where I can like choose the free plan. So the M0 plan gives me ½ GB of storage, and it's on a shared instance. So for our app, totally fine. We want to use the free instance. We'll keep the default name and then just click Create. Let's see, am I a robot? Those are all motorcycles. Nice. Well, you can see my password. I thought I went to the wrong screen. You can see my password. I don't want to expose this password because then you would have direct access to the database. So I definitely need to hide this. Leaked already, but I haven't created the database yet. So I can regenerate the password here, and then I'm gonna need to keep track of that in order to connect. Get the remote connection URL. Well, like I said, it hasn't created that user yet, so I still have a chance to change the username. All right. Yeah, I guess this was also leaking, all kinds of leaks on this page. It was also leaking my IP address, even though I'm on a VPN, so that's totally fine. But here's the thing. So what's nice is when MongoDB Atlas provisions your database, by default, it locks down who can connect to that database, and that's a good security practice. You potentially don't want anyone being able to connect to your database. However, with Vercel, because it's serverless, you don't get a dedicated IP address. Maybe they have, like, you can pay for a dedicated IP address, but we don't have a dedicated IP address to add here. So we actually, in order to connect to this database from Vercel, we do need to open it up to the world. And I don't think they have, last I checked, they don't have a known IP range. Basically, you have to open it up to everyone. Yeah, so if I do 0.0.0.0, four of them, allow all. Great. This literally allows connection from any IP address. So now we'll continue, but now you need to make sure that you have a super secure password and you don't leak that password. But because anyone can connect from anywhere, if they have the host URL, the username, and the password, they can get in and just put all the data they want into that database. So you definitely want to protect that. Cool, we're in. Yeah. So from the dashboard now, if you click on connect, this will give you the connection URL that we're going to need to put into Vercel. So here you can see what we want to use. And I created a user called Next Travel Log API. You can name the user whatever you want, but that's what the username that I got. And now I have my password, which is not that. But basically what I need to do is I need to take this. I need to go over to my Vercel settings. I need to add a DB URL, put this in, but I'll replace this with my actual password. And then when I save this, Vercel will be able to connect to that Mongo database. That's the plan anyways. We could run into some issues, but let's try it out. I'm sure it's not less than password greater than. All right, save it. All right. So now that all of my environment variables exist, let's try deploying again. So all the environment variables exist. Let's go Vercel. What's up, Kishan? Welcome in. Yeah, I think you're right, America 2050. Like, technically, the username to connect to the database also could be treated as a secret. That's one more thing someone has to know to even be able to connect to your database. You are totally right. It's building. We can probably look at the real-time build logs over here on the Vercel dashboard. This. Doing the things. Build completed. Populating build cache. Build cache uploaded. I think we're done. Let's try it out. Deployment not found. I think I have to do -- prod to promote it to production. Because so the other thing about it would be here. The other thing about Vercel is they give you a unique URL for every single deployment. So this is deployed here, and then in a second, I'll promote it to prod, and then anybody will be able to go there. People are gonna try to guess my API key. Did it reserve this name for me? Because somebody could have sniped the name if not. They have feedback. Wow, these are all features I haven't used yet. It's working? Well, it's based on the project name in Vercel. Okay. The thing is, somebody could have spun up an app right when I was doing this and then deployed to yeah, Limo says that was the name I was trying. Yeah, okay, so now it should be good. All right, let's try to add a new place. So this is the deployed thing. We're on the internet. We're on the internet. Let's add Denver, Colorado. Let's add Casa Bonita and see if it works. We could run into an issue where the database isn't able to connect. So let's see. Casa Bonita, right there. I can put my API key in. I guess leaking the length of the API key is bad. Okay. Casa Bonita. Really cool experience. They have cliff divers. They are under construction right now, though. Let's go grab a Casa Bonita image. This one. 10 out of 10. They closed down after the pandemic, sadly, but they're going to be opening back up. If you've ever watched South Park, the creators of South Park bought Casa Bonita, and they're revamping it with like a new chef, and they're remodeling the inside, and it's going to be open soon. Because there's a classic South Park episode where Cartman wants to go to Casa Bonita. Yeah, there are cliff divers. If you just search for Casa Bonita South Park, you got too many requests after one refresh. We'll have to debug it. Let's see if I get rate limited here, because then it could be rate limiting everyone with the same IP. All right, I'm gonna click create. It's trying. Yeah, so it responded with an ID. Great. But then on the page load, it's possible that I got rate limited because it didn't pop up on here. But if I refresh the page, it's also not popping up on here. Man, it should be in the database though. I can actually look on. Yeah, check it out. So it's in. We know for sure it's in the database. So it made it over to MongoDB. But the it's possible the rate limiter is getting us. Yeah. Oh, you know what it is? Let's look at. Okay, let's see how many files are loaded on page load. Yeah. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, why is there no favicon? There should be. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 requests on page load. This. Oh wait. It's caching the homepage 304 not modified. What the heck? Don't cache the homepage. Request the database. Now I get rate limited. That's what I was thinking, Jonathan, is it's potentially rate limiting all of my assets. Let's increase it. We'll do 20 requests here. Yeah, it's possible on the first page load there were already more than 10 requests. This is an SVG, I do believe. Let's look at, yeah, it's an SVG. Well, the rate limiting works. Yeah, but for whatever reason, it's caching the homepage and not requesting the new stuff from the database. Well, I mean, I could only limit on the API routes. I kind of don't want to though, because I know people are gonna. I mean, honestly, we could look at the. I mean, I think this is gonna leak people's IP addresses if we look at the incoming request logs. Let's see. Only limit the API. Yeah, so post requests are coming in. People are attempting to brute force my password. It's not showing any IP addresses. Or is it? It's leaking user agents. Someone's on an iPhone. Okay. I like the idea of only limiting to the API routes. Let's do that. Let me fix that. No, exactly, late key. You can in order to not get rate limited, you have to pay. Pay to use the app for multiple requests. Okay, so now I'm actually going to move this middleware code just into the specific API routes. So like right here, we're going to bring this in. And we'll create the instance right here. And then we'll now do this check here. Favicon worked for you all? I don't know why I'm having issues. So before the try, grab there is no get. I think like that's the other thing that's like really weird to me is the API for working with requests inside of API handlers is different than the API of working with requests inside of middleware. And I don't like that. Wait, do I have to do that? Headers? Why is it an array? I am allowing images from anywhere, but I'm the only person that can put stuff in my database. So it's the node world. Okay, that makes sense. Now I just have to look up how to get xreal IP inside of an API handler. I think I have American Mike. Where? What is the proper way? I don't want custom headers. I want to grab the headers from the incoming request. So this gives me back an array, string, string array, or undefined. That's really all I want. Okay, and then if this throws an error, I want to specifically set the status code to be 429. Do I want a little nested try catch here? This seems hacky. I think if I knew the error type that this gave back, then I guess let's look into that. So we just want to look at the source code for Lambda rate limiter to see what kind of error does it throw. And then we can check for the instance of that type of error. Reject with token count. See, this is not good. Oh, I forgot you could do that. Yeah. The reason I'm saying this is not good is like it's not actually it's not throwing an error object. It's it's throwing an error with the count. It's like a number. It's not actually an error object. That's fine. That's why the code is going to look a little bit hackier, because we're going to actually do an embedded try catch. We have try catch inside of a try catch, because if this is caught, then we can create an instance of our error with status code. Rate limit exceeded. Too many requests. There we go. And then that gets thrown, and then it should set the 429 status code here. Okay, I think this is the way to go, and then we can just delete the middleware so that it doesn't run for the whole app. Why not use two different try catches? So this library doesn't throw an error. If it threw an error, then over here I could say, is it an instance of too many requests error, and then correctly set the status code. Because it doesn't, I'm catching it and then throwing my own error so that I can keep reusing this generalized error handler here. Yeah, we potentially could look at the return, like if it is nan or if it's not nan, but that somehow feels worse than creating our own little error object. Okay, let's deploy. Can I modify the middleware file so it can take everything on request? Yeah, I could update the middleware file to only run the rate limiter if the route path matches the API folder, but we only have one API function. So it resolves the count. I guess I didn't look at that, but catch throw. Yeah, do not mix dot catch with try catch. You can get it right, but it's very confusing, and a lot of people don't understand the potential behavior of mixing dot catch with try catch. Because if you throw inside of the catch, it actually doesn't get captured by the greater try catch. I guess if you awaited it, potentially it would. But yeah. I don't think it would make sense to rebuild this with Astro, just because there's basically the entire app is one big island. There is no. There it is. That's nice. There is no. There's really, honestly, there's not even a reason for us to be using Next.js. The only server-side render is the initial page load. Oh yeah, and our favicon is working too. I think the favicon was broken because of the load balancer. All right, let's give it a try. Where else are we gonna go? Let's go. New York City. Wakeable.win is not a function. Is that the rate limit error? The Statue of Liberty in Toronto. Where's the Statue of Liberty? I guess, oh no, this is Brooklyn. Where am I? Statue of Liberty is like over here? Over here. Shooter's Island? Can someone help me out? Where is the Statue of Liberty? You know what? We're not going to Statue of Liberty. We're going to Coney Island. Rikers Island. I've been. Wait, is it called Rikers Island? It's this. It's the one that has the gondola. Oh, there it is. I found it. Statue of Liberty. Right there. Okay. It's actually not on Ellis Island. Ellis Island has the like the Ellis Island Museum and stuff like that, but it's on Liberty Island. I do believe you take the same boat to get to Ellis Island and also the Liberty Island. Wow. All right. I need an image. This image is the one. We're going to throw that in. Rating of 10. Let's just say I went there today. We click create. And it's broken. So I guess I didn't have the logs open. We can look in our database to see if it's there. Yeah, it made it to our database, but the refresh is breaking. Or it's possible that this is the cache issue. There's a blue screen glitch? Where? Here. Oh, that's my window reflection. Sunbeam, yeah. It's in the database, but the initial page load doesn't have it. Okay, I think we need to look into caching, and we need to tell Next.js that it should never cache this. Basically, this always needs to actually call from my database, but right now it's actually caching this page render and then not looking up the database again. Let's stop that from happening. Hash. Headers. Revalidate. Next.js 13 server component prevent cache. This was a year ago, so this isn't Next.js 13. We do want fresh spots on everything. Rendering server and client component. Okay, I need to be looking in the beta docs. Um, mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. Because really, we're looking at the data fetching for fetching data on the server. Revalidating. Thank you, Balanek. Are we there yet? Here. I think I made it. Okay. Seriously? Can I export revalidate 0? Like, do not cache this page. Check if your upstream data provider has caching enabled by default. You might need to disable, otherwise revalidation won't be able to pull fresh data. It's for incremental static, not for caching. But this is saying data that doesn't use fetch, because this is a server component. I mean, I could revalidate every second. On-demand revalidation? Res.revalidate path. Okay, so honestly, no. That's actually what I need to do, but I can't do that from the client side. I'd have to hit that on the server side. So this is actually fascinating because now in my post route, I think this is where I can do res. So when I put a new thing into my database, now I need to revalidate the homepage. So that way, the next time the homepage is loaded, I think this is the way to do it. Because otherwise, like I don't want to. Basically, if I don't add any new places to the map, then I don't need to bust the cache, and that makes a whole lot of sense. So is this the right thing? Revalidate.ts. Yeah, I mean, but that's in their example. I think in my example, and like they're hitting revalidate from their front end, but my front end is already hitting the post route. So I think this is what I want. I think this is what I want. Easy. It's actually really cool when you think about it though, because now by default, Vercel is just caching my homepage. So it's saving database lookups. So yeah, that's actually really cool. That's really cool. Now we make it real time. What do you mean by that, Oscar? Oh, like adding new things automatically pops up for any user that's on the page. All right, moment of truth. So Statue of Liberty is there. Casa Bonita is there. Let's add JS Nation. And I mean, for those of you that didn't hear the announcement earlier, I'm going to be emceeing at JS Nation on June 1st in Amsterdam. So get your tickets and come say hello to me. And also come see some really cool talks. But I'll be there, and I think I'll be there like the day before, so we could potentially set up a coding garden meetup if you can make it to Amsterdam on that day. But look, my face is on the page. Look at that. That's me. That's me. And then I'll be at React Summit too. Right now I don't have any role there, but I will be there. I will be there. Yeah. Yeah, that's what would happen, SB. And so it gets a whole lot trickier because when we have multiple users, then we potentially would not invalidate the home route. If we have multiple users, we would, in order to benefit from this, we probably would have something like, I don't know, like dashboard/user ID. So that way we can uniquely revalidate the page for that one specific user. I think if that makes sense. What's up, Balanek? Thank you for that resub. Yeah, I'm not giving a talk. I will be introducing speakers. That's what I will be doing. Yeah. Come on, Terawatt. React squared over the square root of Summit. I don't know if maybe they have some reasoning for their logo, but this is it. Okay, so I'll be there. Hope to see you too. Anyone in the chat, are you going? Let me know in the chat if you're going to JS Nation. I'm not related to Ryan Reynolds. People say that, yeah, I mean, I guess you all are not used to conferences. I have been to professional dev conferences where the tickets are like $1,500. So these are, in the grand scheme of things, these are very decent prices. But I could see, and the other thing is, typically your your employer would pay for this. But yeah, and that's the other thing is, like, even if you don't go to JS Nation, I'm gonna try to set something up the day before where we meet up and like drink some tea or something like that. Cool. All right, I was just gonna find an image though. JS Nation? JS Nation. Yeah. I don't do enough JavaScript to justify the trip and the ticket, sure. But I know there are some people that are just like a 2-hour train ride away. I'd be happy to meet you if you wanted to come say hi. Okay. And this is happening in June. June 1st. I clicked create. What happened? It worked. It worked. However, the UI is really clunky because you can see it refreshed the entire page and then like zoomed out. But the revalidation is what we needed, right? That cleared it. And now here's the cool thing about this though. we also need a loading spinner. I don't think we even have a loading spinner on here. But if you go to this webpage, it's going to return a cached version. So it actually doesn't have to hit the database. When you go here, it should be a pretty instant load, and you should see these 3 dots on the map. So that's pretty cool. Good call, Oscar. We deployed to both. Cool. All right, give me a second. Are people still pinging the API? We have a lot of work to do. We really do. What's hilarious is this app took me 4 hours to build 2 years ago, but now with all the stuff, it's just a whole lot more. Yeah. It's possible, Antoine. I mean, other people mentioned that earlier. I don't know why it would only be for certain users. Do I sound okay to everyone? What was the date? It shows it as May 31st. Oh, wait, no. Is it June or is it July? Am I getting the date wrong? Sounds great. Okay. June 1st. June 1st. Yeah, honestly, this might have to do with our date conversion. No, that's exactly it. So the date we send from the client. Oh, you can't even see my screen. Yeah, because it's showing May 31st instead of June 1st. But the date we send from the client is getting put into the database potentially not as UTC. So yeah. Yeah, we don't have any mobile styles. I suspect this does not work very well on mobile at all. So this is a bug though with our timestamps. We'll fix that later. Time zones, yeah. Jingtron said it sounds a bit robotic as well. The thing is, like, I can disable noise cancellation, but then you're going to hear my air conditioner. My air conditioner. And then, so this is without noise suppression. This is with noise suppression. A subtle robotic metallic echo. It could be the noise cancellation trying to remove the air conditioner. That could be the robotic sound. It's possible people listening with headphones are hearing things that other people aren't hearing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't do freelance. I just do this. Sounds funny. Pretty minor? I don't know. Here's the thing. We're done for today. Like move rate limiter. What else did we do? Revalidate homepage on create. Okay, yeah, thanks, Acid Spark. I don't know if it has to do with maybe the encoding that's coming across. I have no idea. But thanks for the hydrate, whoever it was. Let's get some more water. So I'm not gonna go, but I am gonna just hang out for a little bit. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do paint by sticker. I have actually an entire hello there. Also, I have a new camera. I have a new camera over here, and this is a new microphone. It's different from the other one, but it should sound mostly the same. But I bought a bunch of activity books. So we have paint by sticker masterpieces. So we can choose one of these mini masterpieces to paint using stickers. It comes with all of these like geometric shapes. I sound way clearer. Well, it's this one. This microphone is going over XLR. It's not it doesn't have its own USB thing. So we have that, and then we also have plants and flowers. So we could choose from one of these, or we could. I think we're gonna pick from one of these for sure. But that's it for the next travelogue for today. I pushed all of the code up, so you can see all of the latest code here. Definitely, if you have any questions or issues or anything like that, open up an issue, make a pull request. We're gonna keep working on this though. Like we have a long list of things we still need to update. We want to fix the user experience. I didn't test the rate limiter, but we can do that really quick. Let's do it with Insomnia. Though this one, I actually would want to limit the number of requests. Oh, it's because my API key is not in here. So at a certain point, I think that, yeah, and then we got too many requests after I did like 20 of them. And that probably would actually, what's nice is it doesn't break the homepage because the homepage is cached. So that's awesome. But yeah, we've got more work to do. I definitely want to clean up the user experience. I want to clean up the UI too. Like these little pop-up windows are ugly. I want to make them look good. We need some loading spinners in here. We need to improve the experience. Like after the create, I don't want a full page refresh. I want the map to stay where it is and to just show the latest items. I don't handle too many requests to the UI, so somebody could potentially try to denial of service just by bringing the homepage down a bunch. But yeah, why is it more advanced than the Friday? Oh, it's not. No, this is simpler because it doesn't have like a full auth system. This is more advanced than the first time I worked on this thing. So this is the most popular live stream I ever did, build a full stack travel log. I built the whole app in 4 hours. I would say some of the more complexities here are to do with Next.js 13 and like server components versus client components. And then also we have extracted the state out into a provider. So that's a little bit more complex. The fact that we're deploying to Vercel causes our rate limiter to be a bit more complicated. I guess actually it's not as complicated as before. And we're using TypeScript this time. So there's a lot more stuff going on with types and validations, which is a bit more complex than this code base here. Yeah. So I just left my job because I want to do this full time. I love streaming. I love teaching. I love helping people out. And I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to do it. I think I have talked about before, like just being jaded on the software industry. I think I've been writing software for over 10 years, and there are so many competing, so many things competing for. How do I say this? Competing priorities, right? And if you want to be a software craftsman, like if you want to care about clean code and clean architecture and yeah, like if you want to treat your job as a craft, it's very hard to do in the professional world because you have so many competing priorities. You have limited budgets, limited time, and in my experience, the majority of projects just end up being a bunch of technical debt because we don't have enough time and we don't have the budget to do things right. And I got really tired of that. So that's one thing. And now it's not that way at every software company, but it is that way at a lot of software companies. And in that same idea, you also deal with developers that actually don't care. Like they don't write clean code or like don't write maintainable code. And I don't like dealing with that as much. Yeah, I like green. It's coding garden. It's coding garden. Yeah, that's the other. We have a few stretch features at the bottom of the to do as well. So we want to do that. Where or is it not a stretch feature? I thought we wrote that down. List logs in sidebar. Click to zoom. Something like that. Yeah. Well, thank you, Shogun, and thanks for saying hello. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate you. What's the thing with my ring? I'm married. I have a wife. I have a wife and a dog and a house. Yeah. And thank you, Sana. I appreciate that. What are some projects that are good for practicing vanilla/React? I don't know. I mean, honestly, any of the front end things. I mean, you can look at Florin's app ideas repo and pick any one of these app ideas and build it with React. I don't have a good answer for you. Good call. Yeah, we're using the Mapbox tiles, so we need to add this. To do. Yeah. I appreciate that, Caravelia. Yeah. Server-side rendering? We are server-side rendering. Don't fix it until it's broke mentality. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, it's I don't have a kid. No, I just have a dog and bills, bills to pay. That app idea repo, yeah, it's from Florent. Honestly, if you just search for app ideas GitHub, you'll find it. This one is so popular and really useful. Check it out there. Yeah, she works in the tech space too. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else I need to say about the travel log? I think that's about it. We'll continue working on it next week. Or maybe later in the week, because I don't have a stream planned for Thursday. Maybe we'll do like a quick stream where we try to knock off a few of these to-dos. But if you have been watching so far, the goal is to take this whole app that I built and turn it into a proper tutorial. Because it's been 3-4 streams of multi-hours, and ultimately I think I can turn this into maybe like at most a 3-hour tutorial, probably like a 2-hour tutorial. So eventually this will all be consolidated and a bit easier to follow. I stream usually 3 days a week. Yeah, so if you're not going to hang out for the color by sticker, definitely check out the schedule. This lists when I'm going to be live. So I'm going to be live again tomorrow. We're going to be doing Clash of Code and code katas, and then on Friday we're going to be working on a Svelte Kit app. But you can view my schedule there. I'm pretty much always live on Friday at around that same time because we're working on that same app. And then if you join the Discord, we send out go live notifications. So if I go live at an unplanned time, that'll let you know. I also have a mailing list where I send out go live notifications. Yeah, and I have a YouTube channel and an archived YouTube channel where all of the Twitch VODs go. So check all of that stuff out. Follow me on Twitter. And I think that's it. Yeah. YouTube is the smallest source of income. So if you're curious about how much money I make, definitely check out the membership drive that I did last week. I have it timestamped, so if you want to know how much money I make, if there's a timestamp around the 27-minute mark, where I basically break everything down in this spreadsheet as to like how much money I make, what my expenses are. So I'm making like roughly $200 a month on YouTube ads and YouTube memberships. Right now, Twitch subs are probably my biggest source of income, but that's just because there's so many of them. If you look over on this website, which has ways to support me, Twitch subs are literally, I get the least amount of money of any other way of supporting me. It's still great though, and you get to use the emotes in chat and all that good stuff. But you know. All right, we're gonna switch to just chatting now, and we're gonna hang out. This is just for the hangs. And it's gonna be chill. I'm gonna put some background music on. We're gonna try to do this paint by sticker thing. It's gonna be chill. Let me update my commands too. And CF Steen, thank you very much for the Prime. That's another easy way to support me is if you have Twitch Prime and you're not using it on anyone else, I would appreciate it because I that's money. That's money for sure. What if I'm a fraud? I mean, in what way? I try to be extremely transparent about everything that I do. So if I'm a fraud, that's on you because I show you everything. I show you all my process and everything else. Oh, thanks for that, Andrew. That's a pretty good command. It gives us all of that. Oh, that I don't have a garden. I just bought a what's it called? A white bird of paradise. Big plant. There's a big plant in my upstairs, and we got a money tree too. So I don't necessarily have a garden, but we have a lot of plants in the house. Um, cool. You have a bonsai tree? That's pretty cool. I've looked at some of like the bonsai tree like starter kits and stuff like that, but I know bonsai are really hard to maintain. So money tree, yeah, yeah. I really do like my new M1 Mac. It the battery lasts forever. The fans hardly ever spin up. It's nice. I do like it. Money tree? What's up, Nico? Welcome in. No, I just have a big old dog. Big old dog. You can see a clip of him here. The last bit of green in your room died. That's unfortunate. Go drums. Most of the plants are in my wife's office, but like I said, we got some plants that we added in the main area. Oh, did I even link that? I didn't link that. This was the membership drive. If you look in the timestamps, someone was asking about that earlier. There's a timestamp where it talk about how much money I make. All right. Let's color by sticker. Here we go. Your cactus survived almost a year with no water. Whoa. Well, I think that's the thing. Like, typically, like succulents and cacti, um, are way easier to take care of. But okay, which one do we want? Do we want to do a masterpiece? We should do something maybe garden themed. Um, well, the word Panzer is a German tank. Girl with earring. This one. Yeah, there is. Oh, and I need to fix my blue screen. Give me a second. Give me a second. We'll fix all this. Drop game on. Also, let me pull down the code. There we go. You should be able to drop emojis now. I guess that makes sense. I'm Thomas. The amount of work a bonsai tree requires is equal to the aesthetics. Because I guess if you don't maintain it, then it just turns into a regular tree, right? Um, the girl with there's a movie about her. The girl with the pearl ring. I haven't. So if I do it, I think I would do this one. The Great Wave of Kanagawa. That would be sweet. So let's do a poll. We're gonna do the Great Wave of Kanagawa or these cacti. You decide. Um, so this one or this one? You paint them with stickers. So they have a bunch of like geometric stickers, and then they're labeled. Um, and then you match the sticker to the label. Me. Yeah, we won't do a poll. Just let me know in the chat right now. Let me know. Yeah, just say it in the chat, and then we'll pick the one that has the most. So, do we want the wave or the cactus? And yeah, there's no drop game on YouTube right now, because I'm not taking in commands. Cactus. I see a lot of cactus. All right, we'll do the cactus. Cactus wins. Okay, so this is page 8. Or number 8? Here it is. So you have this, and then each of the cactus have like a label, and then there's a sticker sheet with those specific labels. So um, let's find the sticker sheet. Ideally, it's all on one. What got me into software development? I've always been technical. Okay, cool. It comes out. So when I was a kid, I built computers from scratch, and for a while, I was like the go-to computer guy. Fixing computer problems and stuff like that. But I always wanted to be able to build my own software. Not just use the software that other people have written. So that's what made me want to do it. And then I had no idea how, so I just got a computer science degree, and that seemed to work out. Yeah, so it seems like it should be pretty easy. In that if we follow the numbers and the labels, we should be good. So here we go. No, exactly, Saint Lilic. Yeah, there's always that that meme of like, especially like computer programmers, like your family thinks you're good at fixing computers because you know how to program, but that's not necessarily true. It's true for me because I am good at fixing computers and I program, but that's not true for all programmers. I'm gonna adjust the camera on this scene. I look a little pale. Give me a second. That's a little bit better. But Mazda Brazier, thank you very much for the prime. I probably look exactly the same. All right, let's go. So I think we'll start with these. So this is F29. You need to know React to get a junior web dev position. It depends on where you're trying to work. But it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt to know. First sticker down. Okay. Now we need F25. Well, it's a little bit off. I guess we don't have to be precise, but I can't. I need it to be more precise than that. I'm not gonna be good at this. It's like trying to color inside the lines. Okay, B35. Yes, with 300 more placement problems. I think it'll be a little bit forgiving because it is like mosaic. So that's fine. All right. A22. It is slightly off, but I'm gonna leave it. This is my first one. C21. Take a deep breath. Put some music on too. Check. How's the music volume? Fine. Yeah, you're right, amplitude. You can see the white. Maybe I'll color it in with a colored pencil. I don't know. All right, C21. Oh, wow. It's an artistic choice for it to be like that. It'll come together. Yeah. So the stickers pull out pretty, like they're in the sticker sheet here. This is a lo-fi hip hop. I think it has a lot of jazz inspiration in it. But here's the playlist. All right. I think we'll get better as we go. We'll get better. And I think for now I can zoom in on the piece that I'm working on. F35. See? See that alignment? I mean, I guess it's technically off on the right, but here you go. I think I found the trick. You align it at the bottom and then guide it down like that. That's it. Maybe we'll come back and try to redo this at the end. Like CSS alignment. I wouldn't say I'm an artsy person, but I am a maker, I guess. I make things. I mean, this isn't exactly a full like make project, but here's a little thing we used to have on screen where people could control the LEDs. Color linter? Okay, it's getting better. I think the more I do it, the better alignment I'll get. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could consider software art, but I think, like, because earlier I was talking about craftsmanship, and if it's an art, then can you be a craftsman? I guess you can be. I don't know. Yeah, glad to hear it, Shogun. I also want to get good at drawing. I bought this as well. Draw 50 flowers, trees, and other plants. And it basically just has like a progressive version of various flowers and plants. Like that. So during chill streams, I'm going to be going through this as well, like learning to draw. The thing is, I used to draw when I was a kid. I was in the gifted and talented art program in what, like, fourth and fifth grade. But I just I just stopped doing it. Nice. Best one yet. We went from really bad to decent to almost perfect. I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, maybe in the chat you can help me. Well, there's a Wikipedia article on software craftsmanship. So maybe this will help. Maybe you can find a translated version of that article. I don't know what we would search for to like relate it to art. Welcome in, Kevin. Let's see you. All right. D28. Oh, this piece? I have no idea what this is called. I mean, you can look up this book. It's called Paint by Sticker, Plants and Flowers. I don't think these are like famous artworks or anything. Maybe they are. I haven't used Bing AI. I've seen a lot of posts about it. Yeah, probably. I mean, like people were saying, it might be easier if we had tweezers. I might try that for the like. These stickers down here are gonna be tiny, so maybe I'll try it for that. Yeah, Rossum. I think it's supposed to be a bit of a meditative exercise, like, you know, take it slow, one sticker at a time. I think like some of these I'll be able to pill up again. Like the stickiness seems to remain, at least initially. So. Is that E36 or F36? It's true, Stas. Oh, I like that, Damon. Yeah, so if you do this thing, but you do it with like little magnets instead, that could be cool. Honestly, I might call it after this cactus and then reassess my, I'll probably, here's what I'm gonna do. After this cactus, I'm gonna try to draw a flower and I'll call it for today. Because I think I probably do need to get some tweezers. I probably should look at some like YouTube tutorials of people doing this to get some tips and pointers on it. Looks bad. Hey, it's impression. Look, if you look at it from far away, not bad. Not bad. Just don't look at it so close, right? See? Farther? But here, we're gonna finish this out. We only have a few more. But also, this piece, I think, I mean, I've already said this multiple times, but you'll see it evolve, right? You can tell this is the first one I did, and then it'll get better and better. And yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna be perfect. I'm okay with that. I'd still hang it on my wall. Oof, that was a bad one. pretty good. This last one, only one tiny little gap. We're getting better. Perfecto. Oops. So I'm gonna have to pill this one up, but they do pill up. All right. I guess for delicate pieces like that, see, I messed it up. I folded it over. But should be fixable. Sort of. First big project, it was a desktop application written in C# and WPF, and it was a data visualization app. So I actually wrote graphics code for things like bar charts and line charts and heat maps. And it was interesting because it being a WPF app, we actually used a Windows game framework called XNA. And so typically XNA is meant for building games, but we used it as a graphics engine for data visualization. And then that same app would allow... it was like plugin based. Yeah, it was completely from scratch. It was an internal research project at the company that I worked at. But the architecture of the code base was, as a researcher, you could write your own algorithm with C#, compile it to a DLL, and then just drop the DLL in the folder, and then the app would automatically pick up your new algorithm. But I eventually expanded it to be even more plugin based, so you could write your own custom visualizations using our framework and helpers. So you could write it, compile it, drop the DLL in, and then it would automatically pick it up so you could use those data visualizations or use your custom algorithms. And it was just a big ol' C# code base. I learned a lot about code structure and reusability and stuff in that code base. And programming was fun. Yeah, so DLL is a dynamic link library. I think you could think of it like a jar, but as far as I understand it, jars in Java are like, they could be standalone programs. I think you can link against a jar though, but so in the C# world, when you compile, it's either a DLL or an exe. An exe is an executable file, but the exe will load DLL files, and each of the DLL files could be a different library, or different functions and stuff that you've written that you then bring into the executable. But like each DLL is basically like its own namespace in a way. But yeah, I worked on that project I was mentioning for, I was developer number 2. So my tech lead that I was working under was also working on it. But then after 6 months, he moved on to another project and I became the lead on that. So by the end of it, that code base was mine. I knew it inside and out and had written like all kinds of custom visualizations and custom algorithms and stuff. Oof, it's getting bad down here. And here's the thing, even if I was coloring this with color pencil, it probably would be just as bad. I don't think I'm that good at coloring either. This kind of project? I don't know. I think it's a skill that can be developed. Well, that was my first professional project. Like when I got hired by that company, that was the first project that they put me on. My first project that I just wrote myself. Like I don't even know, because I don't even know if you would call it like a project, because I was doing like custom MySpace profile styles and stuff like that. And then eventually like I customized some PHP scripts to do some stuff that I wanted it to do. But at one point I was getting my computer science degree, but I was still just like in CS 101 where we were like learning Java. But I worked as an admin in the psychology department, and the head of the psychology department actually was technical. Even though he was like head of psychology, he also did computer stuff. And so he knew that I was getting a computer science degree, so he came to me with a project. He was like, hey, we have these people and they want you to do this thing, or they want this thing to be done. It's like, can you do it? And I was like, I guess I could figure it out. And what was that? Essentially, they could upload spreadsheets, and then I did something with the data. Maybe I like deduplicated the data, and then like that got put into a MySQL database. I don't remember exactly what it was doing, but I did it. And I remember what I do remember is I had not learned how to do like loops in JavaScript. So I literally just had so much copy pasted code. Like I didn't even know loops were a thing. So yeah, it would be interesting if I could find that old code base. Maybe that's in like a hard drive or something like that. WPF is still fun. I could imagine. But hey, look, we made a cactus. If you look at it from far away, it's okay. I think in general it's supposed to be a bit impressionistic, right? Like, like if you look at the image we're going by. Artsy? Yeah, that's a good name for it. It's artsy. Look, we're only gonna get better. Like I said, I'm gonna look up YouTube tutorials to see if people have tips on how to do this, because it's gonna get real tricky really quick on like some of these tiny stickers. So we definitely need to get some better tools. All right. Let's draw a flower. Set up a monorepo with npm workspaces. That sounds like I should do some content on monorepos for sure. Let's try it. So I assume like basically the way that they are teaching us to draw this rose here is we go step by step. You like outline a few things and then add a few more, and then like you're gradually adding more details. My wife also likes to draw, and she says she doesn't usually draw. Like this is one way of learning to draw, but she says she draws by shapes. So like if she was trying to get to this end goal, she probably would start with like a few circles and like triangles and squares, and then would gradually add more detail on top of it. But we're gonna go one by one. We're gonna go one by one to try to draw this rose. I don't think there are any instructions. Yeah, draw the rest of the L. Watch your language though. Let's not do that. I've seen that subreddit though. Yeah, I know. Okay. You start. I think it's giving you. That's what I was like. Are there instructions? Like, is there a manual? As you work, it's a good idea to hold a mirror to your sketch from time to time. The image in the mirror frequently shows distortion you might not recognize. Okay. When working, I suggest you use a clean white bond paper or drawing paper and pencil with moderately soft lead. Okay. Just draw it. I think that's it. I think it is. Just draw it. So I'm gonna use graph paper. I think this will help me with proportions because of the lines. Let's try it. Also, I need to find a pencil. Here's the thing. I could just use a color pen, sorry, a mechanical pencil, but these are not meant for drawing. I might have a drawing pencil though. Give me a second. Plain white paper? I feel like the lines are gonna help me. maybe I'll get some plain white paper though. Just trace it? Well, they actually sell like light boxes where you can put the thing you're trying to trace on top of it. All right, we'll do it with blank white paper. And I did find this, which is a 4B. What kind did it say to use a 4B? HB or a number 2? Also, is this... Yeah, it's a pencil. Let's sharpen it. I thought this might be a color pencil because it like looks kind of green, but it's just a regular pencil. What's up, Foji? Welcome in. I missed a chat earlier. Somebody asked if I'm full-time. Yeah, trying to be full-time. All right, step 1. This thingy. And then this, and then this, and then this. That's pretty good. This one? I think my proportions are probably going to be off, but that's okay. I probably should use lighter strokes. Looks like a flower. I should use lighter strokes for this because then I can use darker ones as we fill more stuff in. Use the pencil to measure distances? Sure. I'm not gonna worry about proportions. I'm just gonna worry about replicating the lines. I think that's all I'm gonna work on today. I mean, I guess this would make sense. So like this is that much away. I think mine is much bigger than theirs, but we're on the way. We are on the way. Now, oh no, okay, I was about to go to that. I was like, that's so much more. No, we go to this one next. This one next. Looks like a flower to me. Okay. Can't tell where it is in relation to the other lines though. This one? Hey, Shulman. Missing a glass of wine? Well. Yeah, I think that's the hard part about, like, I think these instructions would be better if each step was actually done with a different color, because I already can't tell what are the new lines versus the old lines. I'm trying my best though. All right, we got that. we immediately go to these little thingies here. Wait, where is that line? This method does seem tough. So I'm gonna follow the steps, but then I'm just gonna try to replicate this from using intuition to see how different it's going to be. Because it seems very hard to figure out where these new lines are. I mean, maybe you follow your own path, but like this is like a potential guided path for like how you gradually add more detail. It's the first page in the book. I would assume it's potentially beginner friendly. I mean, these could have been cool to write, but I don't know. All right, next step. See, again, I am completely lost on. Oh, I see. These are going to become the leaves. I was like, what the heck? Okay. The first page. This just looks like scratch, chicken scratch. I'm just scratching the paper. I guess it'll come together. I'm trying to learn how to draw. Typically I write code, but I thought it would be fun to try to learn how to draw some flowers. But I think we chose the wrong book. I think we chose the wrong book. But oh well, we're gonna keep going. You said Sardor. Yeah, this is the chill portion of the stream. Well, it's honestly not that chill though, because I'm getting frustrated at like just how like I saw this book in the store and I was like, oh, that makes sense. But now that I'm sitting down to do it, I'm like, this is like drawing 201, and I need something a little bit easier. Let's see what this is, Stas. Oh. Pretty cool. How to draw a rose. Yeah, this is gonna be on YouTube too. I'm not proud of this. So the jump from here to here is insane. Also, I don't know if I should be like erasing certain parts as I go. I messed up on the proportions here because now my flower petals are butting into this like extension flower. It's happening. It's definitely happening. But this is what I mean. Like I feel like I could just look at this and try to replicate it without all these steps. Because now we add shading at this point, I guess. Let's see. This is my rose. All right, here we're gonna do a speed run version. I mean, I know there's more to it than this, but like based on the picture, I just don't. I feel like pictures alone don't. I need some sort of guidance here from an actual artist saying like how to go from there to there. Yeah, it looks like a rose. It's abstract. Also, you'll notice I haven't erased a single line. I basically trusted like every line that I did. I guess we can get more detailed in here. I guess we could, if we fill in some of these sketch lines to be more confident and dark. That potentially helps. Okay, that was try number 1 with no erasing. I guess I gotta sign it. My signature. Yeah, it looks better with the harder lines. Also, if you look at it from far away, that's how you gotta appreciate my art, is look at it from far away. Yeah, we'll auction that off. All right, now speed run, only using this one, not all of the steps. Okay. A or B? I mean, see, so this one, because I started from the center, I had a better idea about proportions, so like this piece made more sense to add on. This one is a bit more rough, but like trying to fit these lines to match the overall proportions, like I'm just not there yet. So go over the same line many times. Yeah, I think that's the idea of like sketching those. Like, it's almost like you could do this and then you use ink on top of it. This one's cleaner. This one has more details. We could also color it. I think the other thing is you have your base sketch and then you ink it. So you do clean single strokes with like a marker or a pen, and then you color that in. Let's try to do that. Ashley B, thank you for the prime. Missed that. The second one is more clean. The first has more details. I could agree with that. But let's potentially mess up this masterpiece with some markers. See. True. Thank you, Acid Spark. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pick a line, and that is going to be what I ink. I'm gonna do my best to do it in a single stroke, like this. And this. Yeah, I probably wanted a thinner marker. No, I haven't. I was watching a documentary yesterday about graffiti and tagging. I should come up with a tag. Yeah, so maybe I mean this marker doesn't get very fine, but this is potentially, I mean, this is more like a almost like a brush stroke in a way. Cool. So there's our flower. And then, do I have an eraser? Then we could erase all the lines and then like paint it or like color it. Let's see. I don't have a better eraser. Oh, don't I? Maybe I do? Maybe not. Well, I did art. And AOA! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders. We're doing some art. I am not an artiste, but I want to learn. I don't want to be an expert or anything, but I want to get decent enough. So, art, yeah, art in quotes. So what I did was I have this book on how to draw flowers, and I drew a rose, and then now I've inked it, and we're gonna try to color it in. But we were complaining about, like, I bought this book at the store, and I was like, I can make this work. I can make this work. Oh, wrong shout out. Sorry about that. There you go. But they're supposed to take you step by step. You have this, then this, then this, then this, then this, then this. But what I found is, because I'm not good at drawing yet, it's really hard to figure out the right distances and proportions when you're doing this. So this was my first attempt, and it's kind of all over the place. Like, the general shape is there. Yeah, it's like, draw the rest of the... Because it's like, once you get to this point, these are basically the same things with shading. And so then I did a speed run. I was like, all right, what if I didn't try to go step by step, and I tried to just replicate this, and we ended up with this. I erased all of my sketch lines, because I decided, well, it would potentially look better if I got rid of my sketch lines and just outlined it with marker. I don't know, but now we can color it in. I want to learn to draw flowers, yeah, because this is the coding garden. I want to get, I thought it would be on brand. I'm trying to find just like chill activities to do that I can do during breaks on stream. And this would be one of them, is to gradually get better at drawing flowers. I've done origami a long time ago, not recently though. I don't have any brown. I'm limited to 5 colors. So the stem is going to be green. Do I want some tips? I mean, sure, but also, like, I'm just now learning. So I probably need to look up some better tutorials. I can't just go by this book. I need to find some proper art instruction and potentially, like, scaffold it better. Like, I need to start easier. This should not be the place to start. Oh, you're right. We do have RGB. We could do some mixing. Add a style tag, adjust it. Oh, thank you, Katsuho. The thing is, like, I used to draw when I was a kid, but it's been a very long time. And, like, I don't I don't use pens or pencils anymore, right? Like I just type everything. So really just getting muscle memory around using a pen or a pencil, like that's something else that I have to build back up. Because like I just don't write anymore and haven't in years. Yeah, I think you're right. Let me fix that. It looks like a flower. Cool. Yeah, I think doing the outline and then coloring it in definitely helped compared to just seeing the sketch, which was pretty rough. One of the most interesting ways of drawing anything is by working on the shapes in between. So basically getting the shape of the air around the object you want to create. You can also do stuff upside down. The goal is to trick your brain into creating abstract and then look like something. That is also how I have read about and seen drawing. So my wife has been teaching herself art the past few years, and that's how she does it. She meant, like, when I got this book, she was like, yeah, I don't typically draw this way. She starts with shapes and then actually like erases from there. So like she would like draw a circle and then maybe like some like lines here, get the general shape, and then draw on top of that and then like erase. But I think also what you're talking about is like the shape in between thing, like the basically like white space. The white space in between, and you're drawing the white space. I don't know. What is it? I think this is pretty good for day one. Let's sign it, and I'll frame it. Easy. Yeah, well, she does a lot of like figure drawing and like anime characters, and so yeah, that a lot of the drawing books that she has do a similar thing, like circles for like all the body parts, and then you like do that. Give this away? I don't know if anybody actually wants this. Well, let's wait for the membership drive. I think I'll keep drawing pictures over the next few weeks, and then when we do a membership drive, I'll give these away. If anybody wants them. I mean, I don't know if anybody actually wants them. O2. Wait, I should do year first. Year, month, day? There we go. That's my artistic signature, yeah. Oh, I mean, even this is art. Look at that. That's just the bleed through. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. Let me date this one too. Yeah, this, I mean, I should sign this. ISO 8601, yeah. This is my preferred format because Europeans don't get mad at me for putting the date first. I mean, for putting the month first. If you put the year, then month, Europeans are okay with it. I guess not only Europeans, but basically anywhere except the US. How to draw a stitch. Oh yeah, those are some serious shapes. It also helps with the proportions too. Potentially AOA. Like I got this book, which is Draw 50 Flowers, Trees, and Other Plants. I think it, like I was trying, because this is the coding garden, I wanted to, I don't know, spend time drawing nature. So, things like this, but I don't know. I also bought, I went to the bookstore. I bought so many different coloring books. So I have the mindfulness coloring book. Like this. And this just has a lot of like shapes and such. So this will be fun to just color. And then I also got the official Bob Ross coloring book. And these are interesting. Let your imagination be your guide. There are absolutely no limits here. Yeah, so we'll try coloring this. I also got Harmony of Nature color. I bought this used. Yeah, this was $3 used. $3 used because I think there's a couple of, yeah, like this, like they drew in it, like only on like 1 or 2 pages, and that. So they kind of gave up on it. But these have some really cool like flowers and stuff that we'll color in. Oh yeah, I forgot about this one. Actually, let's pick one country to color in. This is an Atlas coloring book because I wanna get better at knowing more about world geography. So we'll do Argentina. That was the first suggestion. We'll do it, but it has topographical and then it also has political, so you can. I mean, honestly, the more I thought about it, I was like, I guess coloring in the political one can help me with the naming. I don't know. I can relate to the person that turned that book in used. Yeah. I mean, it's fascinating, though, that I only paid $3 for it, because that means that they would have sold it for probably like $1 or $2. And then I found this coloring book. This one's fascinating because it has all kinds of different artists. So it's called Outside the Lines too. And it's just filled with all kinds of really cool art. That and that and that and that. Oh, Ratfink? Or Ratfink inspired. Whoa. That's cool. Mushrooms. Yeah, so there's just all kinds of really cool things in here. For coloring. Yeah. Cool. All right. Before I go, let's color Argentina. We have to find it. Here's South America. Argentina. You know what? We'll do South America. We'll do South America. I don't think I'm ready for the political map of Argentina just yet. I appreciate that, Shogun. All right. I'm just gonna color it the same as the political map on the right. And I am gonna use colored pencils. Let's find our colors. We need a yellow, a light green, pinkish, more of a dark green. We'll pick a green. We need like an orange. And like one other orange. Okay. Color them with the flag color? That's too much work. We're gonna take it easy. Take it easy on the high level one. Each one is gonna be a solid color, but I am going to label it with a pencil. Okay, this is Argentina, and we're gonna color it green. This is Brazil. You did the same thing in geography class? I've never heard of doing this, but it makes a lot of sense. Like it's gonna be, I think, an easier or like it's gonna tickle a different part of my brain for memorizing geography, and also it's fun to color. It's fun to color. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a solid outline, like lots of pressure. Are there different seas and oceans? I don't know if they label them. Yeah, I think it's just the countries and continents. I guess I don't know good color pencil technique. Yeah, they have topographic maps too. I think, yeah, this is the Brazil topographic map. And they have the Brazil political map too. Oh. In Venezuela. The thing is, like, I don't even know, like, if I don't know these, like, I know that's Brazil. I know that's Argentina. Is this Venezuela? No, it's Chile. See, I don't even, I can't even do the political map at the high level, let alone like Argentina. Yeah, Chile is the long one. I'm not going by the color of the flag. I'm going by I mean, these aren't official colors at all. It's just like the political map has different colors to differentiate each country. So, I'm just going by this. That's it. Like some kind of blending. Yeah, I think there's a blending tool in this bag of stuff here. Argentina. Honestly, that's it. Here's the thing. We'll do especially on streams where I want to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll color one country in and then label it. So I'll leave the rest of these for next time. You just get Argentina for today. Brazil. Next time, Brazil. So I just want to try really quick doing a tag. Because I mean, I think my graffiti tag would actually just be W3CJ. If that's me. Want like big bubble letters? Do it long ways. Something like that. I could play around with it, but I think I want the letters to meld into each other. I guess if I did a block version. Oh, I did a backwards C. Backwards C could work though. Cause then it's like that. You're right, I did a backwards 3. So I did E instead of 3. So would it actually be... Well, then we have a backwards C? Then it looks like a B. I could do something like that. W3 is World Wide Web. It does look like a butt. But because I make web apps, I'm W3CJ, World Wide Web CJ. Yeah. Do I even know how to write? W. I get the thing is I guess if there's not space and then CJ. A backwards W? Green are first-time chats from Twitch. Yeah, feel free, Shogun. If you wanna throw a link in the chat, we'll take a look. What's up, Bogdanovich? Welcome in. It's because the other thing are red now. Honestly, I like the J coming across.
looks awesome. Did you paint that with watercolor? The thing is, like, this isn't generating graffiti. This is these are like pieces. It doesn't know how to do the number 3 on this tool that you sent for sheet. It only does letters. Watercolor made it transparent. Yeah, look, that looks awesome. Great work. All right, from that tool that Farshid sent, a W is more stylized like this. And then I'd figure out the 3, and then C, J. What if I do an E and then flip it? Yeah, then it would be something like... like that? What'd you do, Stas? Let me check it out. Small W with a big 3? Not opposed to that. Oh, you got your coloring book out? Nice. Heck yeah. Glad I could inspire you. I guess if I did inspire you. I like the more like angular one. Well. You do it like real quick. Gotta be able to throw it up on the wall real quick. It's just looking like nonsense at this point. Angular? W to the power of 3. What would that look like? Something like that. Huh. Play with that. I mean, honestly, I do like the more bubbly letters. Like this would be that's it. This is it. Something like this. We're on the right track here. Yeah. Nice. Woo! I can throw it up real quick too. That's what I like about it. Connect the W and the 3, so like, well, would it be connected at the bottom? Like that? Oh, okay, so what if I do less of a W? So So it's like, the 3 needs to be smaller. The 3 needs to be smaller, but I think like this potentially could work. Oh, like a Sigma? Yeah, that one's more bubbly. Yeah. Yeah, but I like this. Something like that. Is this a graffiti font on the font? Oh, like various fonts to look at. I think we settled on it though. I think that this is it. Like this style, like the fact that the J, like I do like the more pointy looking one. Because these I was being a little more bubbly. Yeah, the motivation there is just to get more eyes on the stream. Because if I'm only streaming in one place, then less people watch it. So yeah, like very straight. Like even the C needs to be straight. Like this, like the boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. This is it. Yeah, this could be how I assign things. And then we could come up with like a more like a bubble letter version of this. Like, I guess I was kind of inspired by this one, so. I think it needs like flat ones, but. I gotta practice. Walter White Whitman. But honestly, I just like how that. Well, no, I messed that up. I don't know. I'll do it in Svelte. The triangular, like this isn't as obvious. I think that's the thing, is like a lot of times it ends up not being readable unless you like look at it for a long time. Yeah. Oh well. I'm glad we settled on that. All right, let's go on a raid. Let's get out of here. So this is the site that Farshid was sharing. There's like, I kind of use this as inspiration for it. They don't have numbers though, so I had to do E. This is a really cool generator though. It's like using layers and a canvas, I do believe. Serif at the bottom of the C with the point more on the middle. Like that? all fun anyways. We're just having fun. All right, let's get out of here. Cool. Again, all my stuff is here. You can check out the schedule for when I'm going to be live next. You can join the Discord, join the mailing list, subscribe over on the YouTube archive. And that's it. That's all. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I mean, I appreciate everybody that stuck around after the coding portion. What I want to do going forward is kind of incorporate chill art stuff in between coding. So like I actually take more breaks. Because I haven't been taking breaks and I need to take breaks, but I also want to stay entertaining while I'm taking breaks. So that's the plan going forward. Alrighty, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow for a Clash of Code or Code Kata stream. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.